Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you relax and fall into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please like and subscribe. It really helps a lot. I'd love to hear where you're listening from. Now, get comfortable and let's begin. The curse in the wilderness and the horrifying creatures. You could say I live in the middle of nowhere, but I prefer to call it the middle of the wilderness. Pretty sure I can hold my own out here for the time being, but even so, lots of weird stuff happens out here. Glad to finally have a way to tell strangers who probably won't judge me and call me crazy. Back to the topic at hand. Rich stuff. Deep. I'll start with the first odd experience I had here. When I first purchased this land, I was really excited. There's already a house on the property that was the perfect size for me, and not only that, but it seemed pretty new. The former owners didn't stay around very long, and yeah, red flags here and there, but how was I supposed to know how messed up this place was? Anyway, I moved in without any issue. Within a week, I'm out on some trail that was already there for deer tracks and some other game trails, and I'm actually having a pretty relaxing time. Until I swear I hear a baby say, "Mama," in the most stereotypical voice I've ever heard off in the distance. And not like I said, I'm here in the middle of nowhere, so there shouldn't be anyone for miles. I just shrugged that off as I was hearing things. 20 minutes later, I hear the same voice again say, "Mama." This time, it's maybe 40 yards away on the other side of some trees. It even sounds like a real baby. It's not like some disturbed, dirty trick. Of course, by this point, he's definitely on my property as well, so I started making my way through the undergrowth. Then, when I'm sure I'm about to hit where it is, and the brush clears out to a clearing, I finally get a glimpse of the man. He was butt naked, halfway behind a tree, grinning a huge smile. His eyes stayed kind of squinted. He was also pretty skinny, as I could see his ribs. I usually hear people say that at this moment, my blood ran cold, but honestly mine didn't. I was looking at some butt-naked crackhead trespassing on my property. He decided to let out another mama during the silence while I was trying to figure out my next move, so I promptly responded with a hearty, "What the actual fuck are you doing?" That's when he decided my next move for me. He started running at me, and I might have run away if he hadn't been so scrawny. So when he reached me with that big smile and looked like he was about to grab me, I punched him in the throat. It was a good punch. I was proud of it, honestly. But it would have kept any normal man on the ground for at least a minute. So for the first time, I realized that this wasn't a normal man. While I was standing there proud of my Mike Tyson level haymaker, the guy immediately got back to his feet. And before I had time to hit him again, he dived and tackled me to the ground. It hurt pretty bad. He somehow pinned my shoulders to the ground, and no matter how hard I kicked and punched him, he wouldn't let up. So I was forced to use Plan B. I pulled out my trusty Bear Grylls survival knife and stabbed him in the gut twice. This finally got his attention. He hopped back to his feet, slinging blood all over me in the process. I got back to my feet, knife in hand, and waited for him to do something else. Well, he did. He stuck a finger in his wound and licked the blood off, then cartwheeled into the woods, crying like an actual newborn baby this time. Not that by this point I was pretty on edge, and right as he got far enough away that I could no longer hear him, I turned. Then I walked home. No, I should have run. Running through the woods isn't so tiring. I just didn't feel like it. When I got home, all was normal again. It was for a while. Another story that comes to mind when I think about strange things happening around this area is the one that made me stop camping in my woods. By the time this happened, I had already experienced quite a few unsettling things on this property. Not far from where I once saw that naked, stabbed victim crying like a newborn and cartwheeled into the woods. I decided to try camping again. Despite everything that had happened, I had never been seriously hurt out there. So I thought, why not spend a night in those woods? I had a choice. I know I did. Anyway, the first few hours while I got into the woods were fine. I set up camp with a fire burning and myself trying to cook a hot dog that was pissed on the fire that burnt me. Then I started to realize that camping is pretty boring when you're alone, so I decided to go to sleep. Next thing I know, I wake up to the sound of a young girl's voice down in a creek. It sounds like she's college age. She's saying, "Help, I need some help down here. I'm lost, Dad, help." Again, I can hear her down in the creek from my tent. This isn't the first time that I've been lured into the woods by a voice pleading for help, but this voice was a lot more convincing than the others. Nonetheless, I still brought my newly purchased handgun. I bought it for dealing with things on the land. When I made my way to the creek, flashlight in hand, and headed down to the voice. Soon I found the source. I didn't put the flashlight beam on her right away, because I didn't want to blind her, but I could clearly see the outline of a small girl sitting on the bank of the creek. I got about 15 feet away, and she stopped me by stating, "You really don't need that flashlight with the moon out like this." It wasn't even close to a full moon, so that confused me a little. I replied with, "I don't know about you, but I can't see a thing out here. Let me help you though. You hurt?" Then I started to shine the flashlight on her, but she screamed, "Stop!" before I could get to her face. This time, her voice wasn't convincing, and I could tell she wasn't human. What you guys need to realize is that I'm not a badass. I'm not trying to sound cool or tough, but ever since something happened 3 years ago, the same event that caused me to move out here, I don't respond to situations the same anymore. Maybe I'm not scared of death anymore, and maybe I'm not mentally stable, but maybe I'm weird. But wait, when I established that this thing wasn't human, I started to smile. It fooled me. It got me into the woods and its domain, and was probably going to make an attempt on my life, but I might as well piss it off a little. So I flicked my flashlight up and revealed its face. It actually was a girl, sort of. She was super pale and had abnormally large eyes. They were completely black. When the light hit her face, her head snapped forward and made eye contact with me, and her jaw dropped open 3 times longer than any human could have, and she screamed. It was loud, like an inhuman loudness. It sounded like a girl's scream, but as if it was being played through massive speakers to make it ear-splitting. And then I felt something closing around my neck. She hadn't moved, but something was somehow choking me while she was still screaming out. I've realized while living here that the entities that can hurt you can also get hurt themselves. Most of them are tough as nails, but they can be hurt. This memory went through my head just as I felt something warm dripping onto my neck, and my left ear went quiet. A busted eardrum, I guess. I aggressively threw my flashlight at the bitch, and it connected with what I assumed was her. Or I couldn't tell for sure because I didn't have a flashlight, and yes, I forgot to use the gun. It was new, and in the current life or death situation, I forgot that I had it. Well, luckily, the girl wasn't one of the tough ones, and I felt the grip on my neck loosen, and her scream stopped. And no sooner had I taken my first breath when she bent over backwards possession style and started running into the woods in reverse. I finally caught my breath. I slowly walked up to my campsite. I went to sleep in the tent. You may be asking why I didn't go home after that. It felt like a 20-minute hike. My flashlight was broken, so I had to wait till morning. I slept pretty well though. No noises woke me up. I woke up the next morning expecting my ear to be killing me. Miraculously, it was completely back to normal. I later figured out that it was the lady in the tree who fixed my ear, but that's a story for another time. This morning, I just packed up everything and headed back home. The only thing that got messed up was my flashlight, so I wasn't even that disappointed in the trip. I didn't camp out there anymore because no matter how weirdly wired I am, that girl really did freak me out a good bit, and I'm sure she's still out there. What you'll notice so far is that these entities aren't really very effective killers, but that didn't go for everything out here. I understand that skinwalkers are a common topic in the horror scene at the moment, and from what I can tell, I think that's the creature I'm dealing with. But I had to be wrong because this is a skinwalker that's advanced to another level. Not only does it imitate a voice, it imitates an appearance. It really wants me dead or gone, so I like to call it Skinny. And I think I pissed him off though. And when I say his name, I say it out loud because, especially at night, I know he's listening. I've lived here for 3 years now, and he's been harassing me for about a year, and he's good. One of the smartest things to come after me so far. The only one that can seem to almost get in my head. He tries to lure me out not by pretending to be someone in trouble like the other imitators that I've dealt with before. He's aware that that stuff doesn't work on me anymore. Now he tries to piss me off. He wants me to try to kill him. Problem is, we both know I probably can't. One time he did get me though. I was watching a documentary about veteran suicide. It's a terrible topic. I'm a supporter of the armed forces. Yeah, I think it's terrible that our government doesn't take better care of its vets that risk everything overseas so we don't have to. They're doing a slideshow of men who had unfortunately lost the struggle with their own demons. and I had to look away for a second because one guy that appeared on the screen looked too young and happy to have gone to this darker place. He was mixed race from what I could tell. An aesthetic-looking guy had a big dimpled smile on his face. I looked away, and I'm suddenly staring at the same kid outside my window. Same smile, same build, same uniform. One difference. Across his forehead was the word failure. I instantly knew it was Skinny. He wasn't trying to imitate this kid. He was insulting him, and he finally struck a nerve. I had seen him imitate so many other people and try so many other tactics, but this was the one that finally broke me. I was ending this. I exploded out of my chair, bolted from my bedroom, grabbed my .45, and proceeded to walk towards the same window where the young soldier was still staring through. I got within 5 feet and saw that the word had changed. It spelled out, "I deserved it." And after reading this, I didn't hesitate to raise my gun and fire 2 shots. I think he ducked from them. The bastards were fast. I stormed outside to try to find him, but he wasn't anywhere to be seen. That's why I heard "gotcha" whispered into my ear, and I was flung across the wall of my house. The gun flew out of my hand in the process, broke 2 ribs, and dislocated my right shoulder. I was a dead man, and he knew it. Ever since the incident that led me to buy a house by myself out in the middle of the woods, I don't think I've ever felt fear again until this. Wrong in my head, I did feel defeat, and I fell for his trap, and now he's gonna kill me. These thoughts passed through my brain, and I passed out from the pain and the concussion probably. And then, for some reason I don't understand, I woke up to a bright outside, and I was covered in blood, and in more pain than I'd ever been in my entire life. But I was alive. Why was I lying? I struggled to stand up with my right arm hanging loosely at my side, and I soon noticed the words carved into the outside wall of my house. Next time. Ever since I got back from the hospital, I told the doctors I fell off a roof. I've been trying to find ways to deal with or kill a skinwalker. Now there is a way. Or if he's even a skinwalker, he beat me. I'm usually pretty lighthearted with most of these experiences, no matter how intense they are. But I just can't with this one because if I lose to Skinny again, I guess I'll be signing off for good. Be careful out there. Don't be fooled like me. There isn't always a next time. Okay, I'm not dead yet, so maybe there will be a next time. I plan on telling you one of my experiences in the future, so keep your eyes peeled for them. Until next time, this is, I got within 5 feet and saw that the word had changed. It spelled out, "I deserved it." And after reading this, I didn't hesitate to raise my gun and fire 2 shots. I think he ducked from them. The bastards were fast. I stormed outside to try to find him, but he wasn't anywhere to be seen. That's why I heard "gotcha" whispered into my ear, and I was flung across the wall of my house. The gun flew out of my hand in the process, broke 2 ribs, and dislocated my right shoulder. I was a dead man, and he knew it. Ever since the incident that led me to buy a house by myself out in the middle of the woods, I don't think I've ever felt fear again until this. Wrong in my head, I did feel defeat, and I fell for his trap, and now he's gonna kill me. These thoughts passed through my brain, and I passed out from the pain and the concussion probably. And then, for some reason I don't understand, I woke up to a bright outside, and I was covered in blood, and in more pain than I'd ever been in my entire life. But I was alive. Why was I lying? I struggled to stand up with my right arm hanging loosely at my side, and I soon noticed the words carved into the outside wall of my house. Next time. Ever since I got back from the hospital, I told the doctors I fell off a roof. I've been trying to find ways to deal with or kill a skinwalker. Now there is a way. Or if he's even a skinwalker, he beat me. I'm usually pretty lighthearted with most of these experiences, no matter how intense they are. But I just can't with this one because if I lose to Skinny again, I guess I'll be signing off for good. Be careful out there. Don't be fooled like me. There isn't always a next time. Okay, I'm not dead yet, so maybe there will be a next time. I plan on telling you one of my experiences in the future, so keep your eyes peeled for them. Until next time, this is Declan signing off. I'm happy to see that my experience from part 1 got some attention. Wasn't expecting the stuff to actually get any traction. And I have a place to catalog the stuff that's been happening around my house. People also seem to enjoy the part where the naked dude attacked me, then cartwheeled into the woods crying like a baby when I stabbed him. I'm not sure if he was human now. I feel obligated to tell more of my experiences. Also, Feel free to leave any questions that you have, and I'll try to answer them in the next post. I'm going to share the following experiences. If you've already heard the other experiences, this place is not normal after all, and it does take some getting used to. I think we can start with Camo, and Camo's a fucking nuisance. The first time that I came into contact with him was during the first white-tailed deer season I had on my property. Now I'm a hunter, but the program that is helping me after the incident said I wasn't allowed to have guns because the noise draws too much attention. It's bullshit. I live in the middle of nowhere, and there isn't anybody else for miles unless you count the devoted, but I'm pretty sure the program is worried about them. Luckily, the lady in the tree hooked me up with this .45 caliber, and now I have it in my possession, but I didn't have it upon first meeting Camo, unfortunately. You know, way back to the story, I first saw him when I was walking towards a ladder stand that I had set up in a tree to watch deer that I was gonna kill. And yeah, I could have had a bow, but I'm shit with a bow. I'd risk just hurting the animal. I don't like the idea of an animal that's suffering because I couldn't make a shot that would kill it instantly. Now, as I approach my stand, I notice a figure already sitting in it. It's about the size of a regular human. He was dressed in full camouflage, pants, jacket, boots, hat, face mask, and backpack. He actually seemed like a regular person, which I hadn't seen in the woods for the entirety of the 4 months that I've been living there. The things that live on this property are generally more extreme. No matter how relieved I was to see a proper human for once, he was deep in my property and hunting in my stand where I had to get him to leave. I reluctantly shouted over to him, "Hey, you ain't supposed to be here. Time to go, dude." That's about 75 yards away, and I yelled plenty loud for him to be able to hear me clearly. He didn't flinch. He just stays facing straight forward like a statue. What a prick. Look, try to be creepy all you want, but ignoring someone like that, it's just rude. I know he hears me. I have reason to believe that he's trying to freak me out because I made him break character before. So, after I yell and he ignores me, I start getting impatient. I yelled the same thing at him again a little louder, and still ended up with the same response. I wanted it thick. So now I'm livid because he's making me ruin all my chances for seeing deer this afternoon by making me yell at him. So naturally, I start a brisk stroll over to tell him off to his face, maybe kick his ass. And I already noticed that he didn't have a rifle, so I just assumed that he was watching like I was planning to do. Of course he could have had a concealed handgun, but I'm a dumbass, so I didn't consider that. Then I hear the crunch of something under my foot, and the sudden sound of rope sliding across the surface at high speed. I froze for a fraction of a second before I could squeak out in, "Oh shit." I'm hanging upside down from my ankle. There's a loop around my leg, but it held me suspended 7 feet off the ground like a damn cartoon. I was like a fucking Looney Tunes character. I could not but roll my eyes. I immediately knew it was Camo. And when I look up, or down, fuck, I was upside down, so I don't really know where I had to look. But I saw him slowly climbing down the ladder. Like really slowly. It shouldn't have mattered, guy, if he wasn't so obsessed with appearances. He probably could have killed me. That's what I think he wanted to do anyway. It was a machete on his hip that I could see now, and the blade was chipped in all the different ways to make it look like it was serrated. It would have been a very useful tool unless he wanted to use it to inflict pain. I think the biggest flaw with Camo's trap, though, was that he didn't account for the single fact that 99% of people who live alone in the woods learn to carry a large knife at all times, and that's a necessary thing if you want to stay alive. I wish I could tell you that I did a flip after I cut myself down and landed on my feet like some sort of badass, but I didn't. I landed on the back of my neck, and my vision went dark for 15 seconds, which I guess was enough time for Tweedledum's ass to finally get to the bottom of the ladder. And as I stood up, I saw that he was standing completely still at the base of the stand, still 50 yards away from me, staring at me. I could hear his thoughts from here. Why didn't he get out? Damn, why did he get out? Fuck. Then he turned. Then he bolted. This guy was booking. I lost sight of him less than 30 seconds into my chase, and I had to give up. I need to jog more. And what's more, by the time I got back to the ladder stand, it was already getting dark. I didn't even get to watch my deer. I've seen Camo on multiple other occasions as well, but I figured him out. See, he got me the first time, but that his traps really aren't that sneaky. They are elaborate, but not sneaky. He always appears in an area that I plan on hunting in. I don't know how he knows where I'm gonna be. but I stopped questioning stuff on this land a long time ago. And I already noticed him long before I got to that location again. I have no idea how he plans his bullshit out. And secondly, there was always a trap set somewhere directly between where I first spotted him and his actual location. If I had to draw a line from him to where I see him, from the trap, it will always be on that line. Also, another important thing to realize is that none of his traps are fatal. They're all meant to keep me from escaping, not kill me. They do hurt though. One time, I almost stepped on a bear trap that he'd set out, and I'm sure that would have broken my leg had it gotten me. This non-fatal part was his downfall. I figured out that he didn't want me to die in a trap. He probably wanted to do the deed himself, or maybe he knew something else, but he really didn't want me dead in a trap. So all I had to do to get him riled up was die in a trap. Right after the lady in the tree hooked me up with a pistol over 1.5 years ago, one of the first problems I wanted to solve with it was the creator of the various nets, ankle snares, and holes that attempted to contain me every time before, and I knew exactly how I was going to do it. My camo's recurring trap was just a large 11-foot deep hole covered by a large amount of suspiciously patterned sticks and leaves that could literally have been seen 100 yards away. I just had to wait until he used this trap again, and after a swinging log that I think was supposed to knock me out, another net there was meant to land on top of me, and my dad said that it was made of wire so that I couldn't cut through it, but it also had a glare from the sunlight that made it impossible not to see. I finally came across the trap that I was looking for weeks after I got the gun. I find myself walking towards an 11-foot hole, trying to pretend I don't see it, and suddenly, I start falling. I was ready for the fall, and I let out a loud yell as I traveled downward, and as I hit the ground, I stayed as quiet as possible, which was hard considering the broken toe and dislocated knee I just received. Fuck Camo for making me do this. Well, my army crawled over to the other side of the hole. I laid my head against the side to make it look like I had broken my neck, and I waited. It took 15 minutes for that little prick to dramatically make his way over to me, but I heard him walk up to the edge of the hole. I obviously had to close my eyes to appear dead because I couldn't run the risk of blinking, but I almost smiled when I heard Camo muttering to himself, "Gosh, no. Beasts. They are going to be so fucking pissed." I took advantage of this moment and quickly opened my eyes and whipped out the pistol, firing 3 shots at him as quickly as I could. I missed all but one. The bullet that hit made a hole in Camo's shoulder, and he let out a garbled scream of nonsense and gibberish. Something along the lines of, "You piece of shit. You can't believe that as fuck you." He did end up running away, but as he ran, I heard him say, "Fuck this dude." Ah shit, Travis. I was laughing my ass off till I realized that I was severely injured and I had to climb out of this hole. Good thing it was daytime now, or I might not have noticed the black rope that Camo had lowered into the hole while he was cursing himself for killing me. I somehow managed to pop my knee back in the joint based on shit that I had seen earlier in life and climbed out and limped my way back to the house. That was a good day. Broken toes are fucking expensive to get treated though, and the best part is that I haven't seen Camo since that day. Actually, it worked. I wish I could pull something like that off on Skinny. Another thing I guess I need to explain to all of you readers is the lady in the tree. I've mentioned her a few times now, and at least some of you are probably wondering about her. Really, I don't honestly know much about her myself, but she's hands down the best thing on this property. My first experience with her was when she healed a broken eardrum that I had suffered when meeting what I assumed was that banshee down by the creek. My eardrum was busted when she screeched really loud, and when I went to sleep, I woke up perfectly fine the next day. I almost thought that it was all a dream until I saw the blood still on my pillow and the broken flashlight that I had used for personal defense. Well, I guess this was the first time that she affected me directly, but not the first time that she'd helped me out. The first time I didn't realize it was her until actually last night. It was the gun again that I talked about purchasing at one point. Wasn't really purchased, I just wasn't willing to admit that I looted it off an old corpse that I found in an abandoned log cabin in the back of the property. This is an example of how sneaky she is. See, I only started to wonder if it was her doing while I was recording the first set of these stories. I started thinking about how good a shape this gun was in. Of course, it was a little dirty when I found it, but it was also in perfect operating condition, and I figured the skeleton that was clutching it probably didn't need it anymore. But how? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised to become the life of each night either way. I left the cabin with a new sidearm and 2 boxes of ammunition. I didn't really think about it much because a buddy finding a gun on a body is pretty mild considering the events that go down here on a week-to-week basis. But yesterday I started questioning the real origins of this gun. It was so well maintained, a new feeling when I got it, but the skeleton looked like it had been there forever. Not to mention the fact that the gun was unloaded and the boxes of ammo were unopened. But the skeleton looked like it had died holding the gun, like he was intending to use it. It didn't add up, so I headed back to the cabin, and I found my answer. Everything was the same as when I got there. That's it. It had been over a year ago. I mean, nothing had changed. Especially not the body. The exact same as before. I was nervous at first, not because of the body. It scared me because the joke about the skeleton coming back to life from earlier wasn't really that far-fetched in this place. I've never seen an undead skeleton, but I've seen other forms of undead. Maybe I'll tell you all about those experiences some other time. Nervous or not, though, I had to confirm my suspicions. I approached the body, and I started examining the clothes. Just like I expected, the flannel shirt and brown jacket had no tags. Not like they had been ripped out, but like they were never there to begin with. There was only one more thing to check. I took my knife, and I scraped the blade down the skeleton's exposed arm bone, and sure enough, a shaving fell off of it. It was wood. The entire skeleton was made of wood and painted a light brown, with amongst other discolorations to look like the real deal. The lady in the tree is very talented when it comes to wood, but she could do so much more. I've only seen her in person 2 times. Once, when I caught a glimpse of her smiling as she walked into an opening into a tree, only to close the opening like a door that was so perfectly I couldn't see the edges when I walked up to it, and it just looked like an old tree. And a second time, 2 days after I encountered the screeching banshee in the creek, I saw her out the window of my front door, smiling as she winked at me and ducked out of view. I ran to the door to try to see her fully, but by the time I swung the door open, she was gone in the night, nowhere to be seen, which is really annoying. I would almost consider us friends by now. She still wouldn't show herself to me fully. Now, when I saw her for the second time, I didn't know what or who she was, but when I looked at the ground in defeat, I noticed a small sheet of what looked like to be homemade paper, and on it was a short message that read, "I wish to congratulate you on killing Aquila. He was bringing an evil over the land that was distressing the forest. I don't know how you actually ended him, but I am happy all the same. I have seen you roaming, and I am certain you have seen me. We work towards the same goal, cleansing this land. My vows as a medicine woman keep me from directly interfering with the creatures of this land, but I wish you luck on your mission and will support you from the shadows as best I can. I hope your ears feel better." So I think the Aquila was talking about me killing what I think was that rabid coyote that I had killed a few days before the creek incident. It was honestly hairless and just staring at me through some trees. I think it was trying to intimidate me to leave its territory. So I shot it between the eyes and left my territory now. But this was the first time I realized that I had someone on my side in this land, and that was a relief. She was actually really helpful. Once, I got bit by a rattlesnake. When I got home, there was a bottle labeled anti-venom sitting on my kitchen table. Another time, I got bit by one of those shadow children when I was hiking, and when I got home, there was a bottle of purple liquid in a glass in the same place on the table. And I honestly expected it to heal the wound or something, but it just made me drunk. I guess she couldn't help me much that time. She's done other stuff too, and I'm kinda worried about her. See, I haven't heard or experienced any help from her in 8 months. I'm worried something got to her, or there have been worse things, or she's mad at me. Yeah, I mean, if Skinny almost killed me 6 months ago, right? She didn't do shit. I've really grown to like her, and even depend on her a bit, but she's just gone. I think I'm gonna call it quits for this post, but hopefully I can stay alive long enough to do more. The hunt for Skinny continues, and if you don't know who that is, then shame on you for not hearing the first post before now. And if you do know who that is, I appreciate any suggestions you have for killing him. See you next time. It was Declan, signing off. Hey guys, I'm back. I know it's been a few days since my last post. One of the pails chewed through the wires of my generator, and since civilians aren't allowed out here by the organization, I had to wait 3 days for one of their electricians to get out here. The only reason I knew it was a pail that chewed through the main cable was because I watched it do it. I was hoping it would electrocute itself, But I forgot the part where that's the only source of power for my house, since the devotees have stolen my backup. This is probably a good time to say that if you haven't heard the first 2 installments of this series, you should, because I highly doubt any of this will make any sense. They aren't long. I realized while I was stuck in the dark for the past 3 days, reading books, hiking out of pure boredom, that I hadn't told you all about the pails yet, and they suck. But they're kind of funny once you figure them out. I've seen them on quite a few occasions on the property. The pails are white humanoids that crawl on the ground on all fours, usually dragging their belly, and using the same motion that Spider-Man uses to climb the wall. They can move at about a jogging pace, and their faces are usually stuck in distorted expressions of pain or anger, and boy are they stupid as all hell. Let me tell you about the first time I saw one. I had already been living here about 7 months, I think, so I was becoming familiar with the weird shit that calls this place home. I was out hiking some of the trails, kind of halfway looking for weird shit, halfway minding my own business, and suddenly I could hear what sounded like a baseball player sliding through the leaves of the forest, trying to reach home plate ahead of me. Only the sliding didn't stop. It was coming straight towards me. I prepared myself by taking out my trusty Bear Grylls survival knife and entering what I could describe as an aggressive stance. A pretty badass one, not gonna lie. And I was expecting some creature to come barreling out of the bushes in front of me. I was a little shocked to see a butt-naked man with super pale skin dragging itself from under the brush on its stomach. What is it with naked dudes on my land, right? And I get one pretty woman at least. But anyway, after I got done being flabbergasted and became aware of my surroundings again, I became aware that the dude was almost on me and was reaching out for my legs. So I jumped on his back, and it worked like a fucking charm. His little bastard didn't have human strength like some of the other things out here. So when I landed on its back, it couldn't do anything but sit there and flop its legs and arms around like a fish. At this point, I'm on the verge of tears. It hears me laughing and tries to turn its head and spit on me, which it can't do. And that made me actually start crying and laughing. I fell off this thing at this point, and the creature quickly turned around and locked its teeth onto the toe of my left boot. I like to wear steel-toed boots around the property because even though they are heavy, I know that in a scuffle being able to kick with a boot and not have to worry about breaking a toe is nice. This is what led me to realize that even though the creature didn't have super strength, it did have a super bite force now. When it first latched onto my boot, I wasn't worried, and I started trying to shake the thing off without much urgency. I already knew that it wasn't a man by this point because it didn't possess an ass or other genitalia. But I got a little worried when I noticed the end of my boot changing shape as the steel in the end started to bend. I then said out loud, "If you don't stop right now, I'm gonna stab your head, you little fuck." But it paused as if debating on the decision and then slowly started biting down again while its eyes looked up at me as if to try to call my bluff. I wasn't bluffing. A few seconds later, the thing is frantically clawing its way back into the forest, with my favorite Bear Grylls survival knife still in the back of its stupid fucking head. Nobody likes a thief. I got back home fine, but had to replace my favorite knife and get a new pair of boots, so it's pretty shitty hiking. It was the next time I saw one was when I figured out their biggest fear, and it's so stupid. I was down by my creek playing with a new toy that I had gotten in town earlier that week. It was this net that was designed to catch little minnows and shit. It was a blast. I didn't really have any use for minnows or whatever other little fish that I was catching because I can't go into the only pond on the property that has big fish in it since I made that deal with a crocodile man. So I'm just catching them, I'm letting them go, and I'm suddenly greeted by the somewhat familiar sound of a grown man sliding across the ground on their belly. Now, it had been almost 2 months since the last incident that I had with a pail, but I immediately recognized the sound. This was the dunce that had stolen my knife, and I really valued that Bear Grylls knife, one that could be purchased at your local Walmart. A really good product. Unfortunately, the pail that emerged this time wasn't the same one. It had a different face and was more of a light pink than the original white. It was on the first pail. It was still the same type of creature though. This time, things went down differently. As it tore into the clearing that I was in, about 30 feet from me it froze, and its eyes were wide as it had torn through the brush. Oh, it was almost facing its direction, holding the net spread out to my side in the same way a bullfighter holds a red cape. I was preparing to throw the net in the creek. Pale's eyes were switching between looking at the net and looking at me, so I looked at the net and back at him. Then it clicked. No way. I giggled to myself as I started to catch on to what was happening. I took advantage of my suspicions and started running and flaring the net around at the pail, and it freaked the fuck out. It actually rolled over, trying to turn too fast, as it spun around and took off into the woods. I then started wheezing, laughing as I fell on the ground with tears running down my face. This fucking thing can fight through steel, but it's terrified of a nylon net. I know that might not be a funny story to some, because I have a highly twisted sense of humor, but oh, it made my week. Long story short, I keep the little net in my hiking bag every time I go out now, and every pail I come across is utterly mind-fucked at the sight of it. That's good times, man. Oh, I wish all the things around here were that easy to deal with. You know, on another note, I got an email from an organization asking me about the Aquila, but the lady in the tree claimed that I killed it in the last post. They wanted to know if I had disposed of the body, and if they could come and retrieve the remains from the woods if I had one. I just left it, and they said something that caught me off guard. When I said something about having to check with the program that I went to put me out here, they responded with, "We are the parent organization of that program." And they proceeded to give me my own address as well as details about my life that only the program should know about. And in all seriousness, I know I have a dark past, and I haven't always been a great man. I'm done with that shit, and it pissed me off, you know, that they would ever bring it up. I responded with a simple, "Fine, but don't bring that shit up again," and I blocked the email. No one's shown up yet, but I guess we'll see what happens. On a good note, I haven't seen Skinny in a couple of weeks, so that's nice. And yeah, I'll see you all next time, and feel free to leave your questions in the comments. And if you have any ideas about what these pails actually are, or what an Aquila is, then please tell me. Any of you who are good with research stuff, I'd appreciate it. I'll talk to you all again soon. Well, I'm back, guys. Welcome to part 4 of this documentary catalog diary. I honestly don't know what this is anymore, because I thought that I would only be using this platform to tell stories of stuff that happened to me in the past on this property. Now, I'm being forced to bring this journal to the present. See, those people from the organization did come to see about the Aquila, and how there's a guy named Lucas living in my house, sleeping on my couch. Well, not really sleeping, more unconscious. Well, we'll get to that part later. After a few days of this organization that wouldn't tell me their name not showing up, I figured it was just a troll who managed to figure out my email account and hack into my personal life. Last on the 3rd day, 4 guys did end up knocking on my front door. They were all dressed pretty normally, except for the matching gray combat boots that told me that these were men of action, which also means they're gonna try their hardest to push me around and play badass. My suspicions were confirmed when the guy in the lead introduced himself as Lucas and immediately asked me, "Why did you claim to have actually killed Aquila, Declan?" Great. Look, I still don't know what the fuck Aquila is. I don't claim to have killed one. The lady in the tree said I did. I only assume that she's talking about the hairless coyote that I killed down near the creek. At the mention of the lady in the tree, they all looked at each other with an expression of, "This dude is a waste of time." Well, the feeling was mutual. I was getting a little impatient by now, so I chimed in with, "If you guys are done being superior to me, can I take you to where I killed the coyote?" The one behind Lucas, whose name I don't remember, said, "Sure, let's get this over with." 30 minutes later, we're standing in front of where I killed the thing that I now know wasn't a coyote. Look, I know I may not have clarified it yet, but I killed this thing well over a year ago, maybe 2 years. And the only reason that the organization knew that I had killed it was because of the post that I made earlier this week. A lot of decomposing and feeding can happen to a body in the woods over that long of a time. On top of that, I hadn't been to this part of the property in a very long time because there aren't any trails or interesting locations here. But I was taken aback when I saw what happened. The body, over the course of the 2 years that had been out there, absolutely had nothing happen to it. The body looked like I had shot it yesterday. Only evidence that it was older was the fact that all the blood had all seeped out of the head wound and long since dried up, and the skin, the face, the fur on its paws were completely preserved. It only had fur on its paws, which was odd. When we got to the body, the snickering crew of 4 went dead silent. They said, "You killed this around 2 years ago, didn't you?" said Lucas. "Yeah, but I haven't been down here since." "Why is this thing still preserved like that? What the hell is happening?" One of the guys who hadn't said a word up until this point chimed in. He looks like he has such unusual dark eyes that nothing usually in nature will have anything to do with an aquila. This includes bacteria, fungi, scavenger, animals. Then he muttered something about a level 107 beast. Lucas looked at me with a serious face and said, "So this aquila is true? That means all the shit you said in those posts about this place is true?" Before I could answer with a, "Wouldn't you think?" a low, raspy laughter started to surround us and begin closing in. It was coming from all directions. We looked up from the body to see at least 50 hooded figures surrounding us, laughing maniacally. All 4 of the military men pulled their concealed pistols and took aim. But before they could fire a shot, I called out over the laughter, "Travis, I told you next time you and your little devoted crew sneak up on me, I'm kicking your ass." Again, everybody paused. The devoted before were organized men, and the hail that had just crested a hill 30 yards behind one of the cult members. A few seconds later, one of the hooded figures took off his hood and revealed a chubby, jolly-looking face with rosy cheeks and thick prescription glasses. "Nah, man. We didn't know they were with you, Declan. We thought they would trust the passage." "We're sorry," Travis said with downcast eyes. "Why would you even need them to begin with?" And I retorted. Travis hesitated for a moment and said, "A god wants a real sacrifice. His white crawly humanoid things just aren't doing it for him anymore." At this point, a pail that I could see frozen on top of the hill turned and bolted back in the woods. Travis then proceeded to call to the other hooded figures. "It was Declan. We can't have them." It was a collective sigh. The devoted and looked at the ground and walked away into the woods. I didn't notice until they were all gone that the 4 organization men hadn't lowered their weapons the entire time. "You fuckers ready to head back to the house? It's dark in 45 minutes, and those guys got you on edge. You won't last long at night." Lucas shot me a look that explained in detail how much he hated me without the need for words. Well, his 3 partners put their thick rubber gloves on with the aquila into a sort of body bag. As we were walking back towards my house with the 3 stooges carrying the corpse, the demon dog Lucas started questioning me. "What was that group back there? Have some cult, I guess? They told me they worship fucking Cthulhu or something." He seemed kind of taken aback for a second, then asked, "Why did they seem wary of you but not flinch when we had guns trained on them?" "Simple," I said. "They don't fear death, but they do crack when exposed to severe pain for long enough." Again, Lucas seemed surprised by my answer. He started to strike me as simple-minded. "So how did you inflict this pain on him?" "Look, I don't want to answer any more questions. I really don't, and I really didn't. This was the kind of shit that I don't like to dwell on. That was a different life, and like when it seeps back in the present, sure, it's nice to have the local murder cult leave me alone, but I use methods that I regret. They give me that luxury." The last thing Lucas said to me on our hike back to the house was, "Look, dude, my mind is telling me that you're batshit crazy. My instincts are telling me that you're a threat. Which one are you?" I looked him dead in the eyes and mumbled, "That's up to you." And let me tell you, that look on his face was priceless. I loved mind games. A few minutes later, we reached the house, and all 4 of the goons walked up to the big black van they arrived in. They started loading up the body. As I reached my doorknob to get inside, I heard Lucas start raising his voice while talking on his phone. "What? This guy isn't right in the head. I know there's stuff here, but what? Look, let me get a team down. Okay, yeah, he does have experience. Wait, what? What did you say?" He then stared at me with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. They told him where I came from. You could tell by the way he looked at me. He hung up the phone without any more arguing and began to walk over to me. As he reaches me, he says, "My higher-ups have told me I need to stay with you for a while and keep an eye on the activity around here." I responded with, "You can't be serious." "I wish I wasn't. They also wanted me to remind you that you didn't pay for this house or this property." And with that, I opened the door with my best butler impression and gestured for him to enter my home. As he walked through the door and dropped what I assumed to be his emergency bug-out bag on the floor, he froze. "Oh, I'd just say one thing real quick. Fuck Skinny." I didn't hear how heavily he was breathing at first because the van was making noise as it was driving away. But as those sounds faded, I realized that Lucas was breathing like he had just sprinted a marathon. His eyes were trained on the window with his body completely rigid, with his hand on his hip ready to draw his gun. I followed his gaze to the window where I had confronted Skinny many times before, and sure enough, there he was. Only this time, he wasn't somebody I recognized. This time, he was a fairly attractive, tall, athletic blonde woman. She was smiling, holding a heart-shaped balloon. Upon closer inspection, I could tell the balloon read, "It's a girl." I rushed in front of Lucas to try to snap him out of whatever trance he was in, but I soon realized that tears were welling up in his eyes. By this, I gathered that this woman is no longer with us. The girl most likely wasn't either. "Fuck you, Skinny," I said. I calmly started explaining what Skinny was to Lucas, but soon after I started, he stopped me. "I've read the stories, Declan. Well, you've talked about this before. I'm trying to handle these kinds of things, so don't worry about me because I'm gonna fucking kill it." With that, he made a mad dash to the back door in an effort to get outside and confront Skinny. I managed to block him and push him to the ground, saying, "He won't come inside, so just keep your shit together." And we live. Lucas wasn't in the listening mood, though. He jumped back to his feet and dropped into a fighting stance. Oh, great. After a second, he threw a fast left hook straight for my face. It wasn't fast enough. I ducked under it, and I swung and connected my elbow to the side of his chin. He went out like a light, and by the time the scuffle was over, Skinny was gone. I put Lucas on the couch, and now I'm typing this thinking about going through his computer before he wakes up. Anyway, that's all for today. Please, if anyone knows what Aquila is, let me know. What did I kill, and what did Lucas mean by he was trained to deal with this kind of stuff? What is he, a monster hunter or something? I'll try to get some answers before my next post. See y'all soon. I usually try to do some kind of intro to these posts, but today I'm too excited to try to do that. If you haven't read my previous posts, you should. Them are quite a bit more action-packed and explain all the events that lead up to where I am now. If you haven't read them, you won't have any idea what I'm talking about. No, remember the last post where I joked about Lucas being some kind of monster hunter or something? Well, I went through his computer, and I'll be damned if he isn't. He's got files on files of even more files of all these different tangibles, which I think means monsters. I even managed to find a file on the Aquila. What they didn't believe was that I'd killed one. Apparently, Aquila is a creature in Native American mythology that's described as a furless dog-like thing. It does have fur on its paws, though, which supposedly makes it impossible to hear or track in the wild. The breed is tame so far, right? Don't worry, it gets better. Apparently, looking at them is supposed to immediately fry your brain and disorient you, making you easy to kill for the creature. But that didn't happen to me. The only reason I can think of for the mind cooker effect not happening to me is because I didn't process things the same anymore. Not after the events that led me to live out here. Or maybe it wasn't even an Aquila. I mean, there were a few more details I didn't get to read because I couldn't finish. I felt cold steel on my neck. Lucas had woken up and was now pressing a knife to my throat. "What do you think you're doing with my computer?" "The fuck does it look like? I'm trying to figure out who the man that was passed out on my couch is." Lucas thought for a second, still not moving the knife from my neck, then asked, "Why?" "No, how did you knock me out? I know you have a dodgy history, but CQC fighting is my specialty, but all I can remember is going to hit you." "You know what, Lucas? Careful not to move and slit my throat," I said. "You got desperate. I went for a one-hit knockout. Frankly, your left hook is slow to hit your opponent when you clearly telegraph exactly what you're planning on doing with your hips. Yeah, drop down to the blow and go through an elbow to the bottom of your jaw." The knife loosened a little. "You seem to know your stuff." "Well, I pretend to be a dumbass." Then, excuse me, first of all, I'm not pretending to be anything. Second of all, fuck you. When the knife fell away completely now, I took the opportunity to turn and start asking my own questions. "So you are an actual fucking monster hunter, huh?" He paused for a moment before replying, "Yeah, I guess I am." "So why is an organization that employs monster hunters also the owner of the organization that is helping me escape my past?" Lucas winced at this. "Time is not a good sign, Declan. The organization that's claiming to help you escape your past probably doesn't exist. My organization has many false companies that it uses to gather intelligence and run experiments. I have reason to believe they put you out here, knowing about your past, in an effort to see if anyone could survive in an area that's known for having extremely high levels of tangible activity. They also know that if you were to die, they wouldn't have to worry about people looking for you. However, I also think that you have probably far surpassed their expectations. The higher-ups haven't actually told me so, but they can't possibly expect anyone to kill an Aquila on their own, or have fun with the creature like a fleshgate. Holy shit, I said. Now, that was a lot to take in. I took a deep breath, then cautiously asked, "What the fuck is a fleshgate?" Lucas put both of his hands on his head and let out a sigh. Then a serious one. "Dude, is anything even phasing you? Fleshgates are those things that you call pails. They're only level 4, but still too much for most people to handle, let alone fuck with on any regular basis, but you claim to do that. There goes that shit level thing again. I'd seen various levels ranging from 2s and 3s all the way up to hundreds of the reports that I read while browsing Lucas's computer, but I had no clue what they meant. So what's all this level shit about? All the monsters on your computer have one, but I don't know what that means. Lucas shot me an angry look. Yes, he was still mad that I had gone through his shit. We base levels on how many unarmed adult men we predicted could take down before being overwhelmed. 1 man equals 1 level. Just then, I remembered that the level beside the Aquila was 107. Wait, hold up. So you're telling me that the Aquila I killed was rated at? Before I could finish, he interrupted me. 107. No way. I know about the mind-baking stuff, but that thing was no larger than a golden retriever. No way in hell it could kill 107 people. Your people predicted that dog thing could kill 107 people? No, dumbass, they predicted it could kill 106, then lose at 107th. I had trouble believing him. Look, Lucas, I read about how they can cook your brain whenever you look at them, but I stared at the thing in the eyes. It had no effect on me at all. Why? It puzzled him. I don't really know. That's why I didn't believe it when I first heard that some dude claimed to have shot an Aquila on Reddit. What really confused me is why the higher-ups decided it was worth getting a team to go investigate. Now I know they were fully aware of the caliber of shit that happens here. Speaking of caliber, can I see the gun that you used on the Aquila? Ah, damn it. I knew this was gonna happen. As soon as I mentioned the gun in my post, the organization had a no-gun rule for me, which is why it was a pretty big deal that the lady in the tree had helped me get my hands on one. Now they knew they weren't gonna let me keep it. Now fuck off, dude. I'm keeping the gun whether your bosses want me to or not. To my surprise, Lucas looked genuinely confused by my sudden response. I don't want to take your fucking gun. I just want to see it. A normal pistol shouldn't be able to kill an Aquila with 1 shot, no matter how perfect the aim is. I need to see what makes that gun so different. And bring the bullets too. Now what I'm really interested in, you really didn't know about the rule I had been given about no guns? Weird. I reluctantly went to my room and retrieved my trusty .45 caliber thunderstick and the only box of ammo I had left. I started off with 2 large boxes of bullets, but over time my supply was whittled down to just half a box. As soon as I dropped the weapon and ammo onto the coffee table, Lucas immediately started inspecting one of my bullets. Knew it. You even know what these are, Declan? .45 caliber? I responded somewhat slowly. Without looking away from the bullet, Lucas began to explain. These are gnat rounds, specially designed to deal with an unholy creature of chaos. They're created when the metals used to make the bullets are blessed by a Native American shaman and medicine men. You can tell what they are by the slight glow they give off and the small vibrations you can feel when you squeeze them between your fingers. However, these are the most active rounds I've ever come in contact with. They're much warmer, and they vibrate much more than any rounds that I'm used to. The lady in the tree gave you these. She's likely more powerful than you realize. Lucas looked up, maybe expecting some type of awe at this revelation. Well, that's neat. I responded, somewhat dumbfounded. I guess it was cool to have enchanted bullets and all, but it didn't change much in the grand scheme of things. Kinda like how your car speedometer goes up to 120 miles per hour. Most people wouldn't even drive that fast, but it's cool to know that when the time comes you might be able to. Then again, I guess the magic bullets came in handy when I shot the Aquila. It was a few other things. Maybe I should be more grateful. Before Lucas could scold me again for the lack of reaction to his astounding observation, we were interrupted by a knocking on the door. We looked over to see one of the 3 guys Lucas had worked with when he first arrived through the window of my door. We could see him frantically beating on the wood, looking over his shoulder. Lucas attacked the van. Holy shit, Jack. Jack is dead and Phillips is hurt badly. Come help me carry him, please. Lucas started to jump up, then caught himself. Called thanks. Good, you almost got me a second time. Fuck it, almost got me with the helping me technique as well. I started to smile. At least Lucas wasn't a complete dumbass. I watched Skinny as he began that stupid grin he always did when he got figured out. Then he darted off. Not much has happened over the past few days. I'm starting to get used to my new roommate. I'll still keep you all posted though. Something wild is bound to happen sooner or later, especially with the patrols Lucas keeps making us go on. It's Declan signing off for now. In the last post, I said something wild was bound to happen sooner or later, and I wasn't disappointed. Lucas has been living here for about a week now, and he finally got what he was looking for, action. Was it really in his favor though? Shit. I mentioned the patrols he keeps taking me on in the last post, but I didn't really go into detail. He calls them patrols, but it's honestly more of a scavenger hunt. He even gave me a damn list like a little kid or something. On the list were specific signs and objects that are indicative of tangible activity. Tangible is a fancy talk for monsters now. I asked him what a tangible thing was as a joke, and he nonchalantly said, "Ghost, another thing that you can't touch." After I realized that he was serious, I popped the question, why not just say monsters and ghosts and shit? He thought for a moment, because the people who name this stuff are nerds. It's very apt, I guess. I'm off on a tangent again. Back to scavenger hunt, the list he gave me had a lot of stuff on it, and I was walking through the woods for the second time that day. One thing on the list kept catching my eye. What the fuck are these stairs? Even beyond the list, that's not paranormal at all. Also, if there had been stairs in these woods, I would have already found them. That's not something you miss. I mean, I thought this whole search around for stuff ideas was stupid from the beginning anyway, and I never searched for the hell spawn on his property. They always found me by themselves. The only reason I even participated in Lucas's patrols was to humor him so he wouldn't be as crabby big, and because I like to get outside anyway, even searching for some stairs. I was looking at the list, eyeing down the word stairs for the millionth time when it suddenly got dark. Not confused, I looked up to see that it hadn't actually got dark. I was just in a shadow that was cast by a tall, skinny, wooden wall. I had been in this exact spot a few days earlier, and there had been no such object. The wall was about 5 feet wide, 10 feet tall, and I somehow almost walked directly into it without realizing. I began to walk around it and quickly realized it wasn't a wall. Yes, you probably already guessed. It was the back of a fucking flight of stairs. Now, I was honestly pretty shook. It was like I had summoned them after thinking about them too much, and I immediately called Lucas on the radio that he'd given me for situations like this and yelled, "Dude, I actually found stairs. Like real friggin' stairs out here." I hadn't been this excited about something in a long time, and I had no idea why I was excited now. Okay, that had something to do with me thinking the stairs were such a stupid thing to look for, only to end up finding some that I never expected to. Either way, I barely heard Lucas respond with, "Okay, just stay put for a minute. I'll be there soon, and please stop screaming. You're scaring away all the things out here." He said something else, but I wasn't listening. I was far too engrossed in these stairs. I had to go up them. It wasn't like they were calling to me or anything. It was more like the fact that I was pretty sure that I would be able to see my house from the top. So with Lucas still saying unintentional commands on the radio, I began to ascend. As I walked up the stairs, the woods around me started to quiet down, which is weird in retrospect, but I really didn't pay any attention to that. Another thing I noticed was that there wasn't any leaves or dirt or anything on the steps. Anyone who has experience in the woods knows that it only takes a few hours for Mother Nature to spread her shit all over any given object that's left in her care. The real anomaly happened when I hit the top step, though. You see, the second my heel hit the top step, I heard Lucas let out a, "What is the son of a bitch?" I froze. I started weighing my options. Should I just let whatever was out there kill Lucas? Then I wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. But I had told myself I wasn't going to kill people. Would it really count as killing him if I just let him die? They'd probably replace him anyway. I guess I'll go help. And with that thought, I went to help him. I honestly expected there to be a pail clamped onto his foot, or for him to have fallen into one of those camo traps, but alas, all I found was Lucas without shoes on, just socks, crunching the toes of each of his feet in his hands. Before I could even ask him what was going on, he started, "You went on the damn stairs, didn't you?" "Yeah, and why does that matter?" "I'm telling you, if looks could castrate, Dad would be done for." Shit happens every time you go up the stairs, you dick. I told you over the radio not to go up. Oh, I must have missed that part. What happened to you, anyway? Okay, now this part is kind of nasty. Lucas let go of one of the ends of his socks to reveal that the toe area was covered in blood. He then removed the sock, and I shit you not, all of his toenails were gone. Damn, how'd you manage that? Are you daft, Declan? You did this when you went up those stairs. Yeah, it sounds stupid, I know, but I kinda believed him because I know for a fact those stairs weren't normal. I'm kind of certain of this because when I went back to where they were, to show Lucas, who was limping something awful, they weren't there anymore. Just disappeared. Lucas wasn't surprised by this either, and in case you were wondering, I could not see my house from the top, which was a bummer. And that's about it for the stairs. But something else did happen yesterday, the day after the stair incident. I actually met a brand new monster, at least new to me anyway. I think Lucas knew what it was, but he wouldn't tell me. I gave him the spooks though. As you may have already gathered, it happened on one of Lucas's patrols. He was actually adjusting to life without toenails. Pretty good. I'll give him that. The night before, he took a large amount of bandages and some rubbing alcohol from my bathroom. I guess he did a good job on himself, because he was walking pretty close to normal now. Well, I did hear a lot of groaning and heavy breathing that night in my living room, and I was hoping it was him patching himself up and not him. You know, having fun on his laptop, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, we were walking through an area of the woods that stays somewhat dark during the day due to the dense tree cover blocking out most of the Sunday. Other than the lack of light, everything seems pretty docile. That was until Lucas started complaining about a noise. Declan, you hear that? I think it's like static or something. No? What? I didn't. I mean, have you heard of that work? He put his hand on my chest, stopping me mid-sentence. I looked over to him to see what's up, and he's staring at me with extremely wide eyes. We need to get to the house now. Never seen him get so flustered, so I knew things were serious. I nodded. We both turned to run to the house, but the tall man was already blocking the way. When I say tall man, I mean really, really tall. Me? I'm also fairly certain he wasn't a man. A tall man just makes up for a good name. He was between 10 and 12 feet tall. He was wearing clothes made out of what looked to be dirty brown and tan rags. They were stitched together. The rags covered his whole body, including his hands, feet, and face. He's also something deep in my gut that told me that he had some kind of unnatural strength. As his image sank into my brain, I heard Lucas whisper, "No, holy shit. It's really one of them," off to my left. It was complete silence for a while. Not actually sure how long. The only thing that I could hear was a slight static buzzing sound. No one moved in the silence. Not Lucas or me. Not the tall man. There was about to bite into Lucas's leg while he was distracted. Oh wait, holy shit, look out. Pale on your right. With surprising speed, Lucas pulled his Glock out and fired 2 shots into the Pale's head. It didn't move after that, but the tall man did. The sudden scuffle seemed to set the tall bastard into a rage, and the once subtle static sound grew into a roar. It was like no sound I'd ever heard before. Maybe something like the sound of metal being ground up by other metal. However, the sound was the least of our worries. It started sprinting at us. It was originally about 30 yards away, but it seemed to cover the distance in the blink of an eye. He was on us before we could react. He went for Lucas first, reaching out for him with one of those long, skinny arms. His fingers seemed to stretch out just so they could reach all the way around Lucas's torso. As Lucas was lifted off the ground, kicking and yelling, he emptied the rest of his clip into the tall man's head. It did nothing. That's about the time when the big black tentacles ruptured out from the creature's back. 6 new weapons now ripping holes into the rags. This thing must be terrible at making its own clothes. Like, how hard would it be to just make tentacle holes so you don't end up ripping your clothes? Anyhow, I really didn't want this big fella ripping up Lucas, so I had to figure something out before it managed to obliterate old Lukey. I drew my gun and emptied my own clip into the various parts of the monster in an effort to find a weak spot. No luck. In fact, the bullets bounced off him. One of them whizzed right past my ear. It was like under those rags, he was made of steel. But I'm no quitter. See, I now had his attention, and I'm pretty sure Lucas was going, unconscious at this point, because he couldn't breathe. due to the thing's death grip. I drew my brand new Bear Grylls survival knife, and I lunged at him with all of my strength that's left, but I didn't stab it. See, if bullets couldn't really make it through this thing's skin, my knife didn't really have a chance, but I had a plan. I got behind it, only to get snatched into the air by one of his tentacles. I was immediately face to face with this thing, its tentacles wrapped tightly around my stomach. It now had Lucas and I both exactly where it wanted. I swear that I could hear a deep demonic laughter within the still roaring static that filled my brain, but it stopped laughing when I started. I began to scream and laugh. I'm not really sure why. Sometimes I think that I might actually be insane. The tall man cocked his head to the side, as if to say, "You do know you're lost, right?" The only thing I was able to say before the last of my air was squeezed out of my lungs was, "I really hope this shit works." And with that, I took the knife that was still in my hands, and I sliced the tentacle as hard as I could. My hope was that, since the tentacle could move so fluidly, the skin would have had to be much softer and weaker. Otherwise, it would be stiff and not flexible. Oh, how right that theory was. I was met with a spray of hot black liquid, and the static sound morphed into the sound of nails on a chalkboard. I fell like 7 or 8 feet to the ground and landed flat on my back. That shit hurt, but adrenaline is a hell of a chemical, so I was back on my feet almost instantly. 2 things I noticed are not too bad. It was holding a now unconscious Lucas, and my attack hadn't quite managed to slice through the entire tentacle. But I was close. The thing seemed to be deciding on whether or not to retreat or to try to kill me again. I took advantage of his slight hesitation, and I leapt on the now limp tentacle. I grabbed it and yanked with all the force I could muster. Now it completely severed itself from the beast. Suddenly, all the sounds in my head stopped, and I heard Lucas hit the ground off to my right. I looked up only to see the tall man's covered head aimed at its now disconnected appendage, then at me, then at the woods behind me, then at me, then at its tentacle. Something tells me that he's never been injured before. And after he finished looking at stuff, he bolted backwards just as fast as he approached us. Yeah, he sprinted off backwards. What's with monsters and running backwards? Seems silly to me and dangerous anyways. I ended up having to carry old Lucas over my shoulder back to the house, and he could stand to lose a few pounds. He woke up a few hours later and interrogated me on how I managed to scare the thing off after he passed out. I told him I just ripped off my clothes and started running at the thing until it ran off. Lucas said he won't let me see the thing's file until I tell him what really happened. I really want to sell the naked story. Maybe I'll tell him what really happened later and let y'all know what the real name of the creature is. Or maybe I'll just keep trying to convince Lucas that, well, he's a monster hunter and I'm a monster predator. That's it for this post. See you soon. In case you were wondering, I haven't seen Skinny in a few days, so I haven't heard from the lady in the tree in a while, but life goes on, right? Be sure to check out the other parts of the series. Until next time, this is Declan signing off. So, my cat is possessed, huh? It's a new experience for me, honestly. Also, I think that we're gonna have to deal with Skinny soon. So you destroyed a van the other day that was carrying supplies out to us, and I'll get to that later on though. I actually learned a lot from the spirit that possessed Lucas before it left. Oh yes, it left. I didn't have to banish it or anything. Let me just tell you this story before I end up spoiling something. The day after the tall man incident, Lucas started acting funny, but like in a good way, in my opinion. He was much less commanding and hostile, like he had no energy. This meant that he didn't want to keep checking around the property for monsters constantly, and I was able to do what I wanted again without him complaining. Once I noticed the change in his behavior, I thought of 2 reasons that could be causing Lucas to act this way. 1, he was sick. 2, he was being a little scaredy prick after almost being killed by the tall man. Turns out, I was wrong on both accounts. See, after 2 days of Lucas being reserved and borderline unresponsive on my couch, I knew something was up. As much as I don't want to admit it, Lucas is a badass in his own right. He isn't the kind of person who would crumble after a traumatic event. He's a fighter. I was aware of his unnaturally aggressive fight-or-flight response when he first encountered Skinny and almost rushed out to certain death just to show Skinny that he wasn't here to play games. Now, on top of that, he didn't show any real signs of sickness. He was tired and slow to respond. Yeah, but he wasn't sensitive to light. Like with a concussion, he wasn't hot or cold. No runny nose, no terrible breathing, etc. It was the third day of this strange behavior. Yesterday, when I confronted him and got an answer. So, Lucas, any idea why you're so tired and lazy and shit? And just as I finished asking this, Lucas sat up in a sitting position on the couch and whipped his head around to face me. In a voice much higher than his regular voice, he exclaimed, "I thought you would never ask." I finally finished taking over this body a few days ago and was waiting for the right moment to reveal myself. You see, Lucas is on vacation right now and I'm taking his place. Oh, nice. When will he be back? His wide smile quickly found itself upside down. You know what, Declan? This is why I really hate you. You are literally no fun whatsoever. Well, I mean, if you aren't Lucas, I don't know you, and how would you know that I'm no fun? Don't you know what's wrong? They judge a book by its cover. Lucas's, no. The replacement Lucas's voice was starting to sound irritated. I'm a ghost, fuck. I've been here for months trying to fuck with you. I even tried to possess you, but unfortunately for me, you are incompatible. And no matter how hard I try to get your attention to scare you, I was always met with you just brushing it off. I worked really, really hard too. Like that time I moved the TV while you were watching. Or the time I put holes in all your socks to make your big toe pop out. No. I was finally starting to catch on to what was happening at this point. Oh, I thought the TV was just no. There. Holy shit. You're the one who put holes in my socks? You piece of shit mess with my paper toes? Fake Lucas chuckled a bit. At least that one worked. Anyway, as you probably already know, being a ghost has its limits. It's extremely difficult to have any effect on the physical world, and we can't affect living tissue in any kind of direct way whatsoever. So now that I have a vessel, I can finally kill you. Oh well, shit, that escalated quickly. As I processed the new information I just received, Fake Lucas spoke up again. One thing I bet you didn't know is that as a ghost, when I take over a body, I can't see all the host's memories. But the body still retains any natural reflexes and skills that the host has acquired through his or her lifetime. And this guy has some seriously badass skills. Fake Lucas was on his feet and did a roundhouse kick that shattered a nearby lamp into a million pieces, then turned to my wall and punched as hard as he could. Pretty sure he expected a punch right through, but he only ended up leaving some bloodied knuckle prints. Yeah, there's a stud there, I said. The Fake Lucas doubled over, holding his damaged hand. Thinking back now, I realized he actually wheezed out a thank you, before straightening back up again. Even so, this guy is plenty skilled enough to end your sorry ass. Take that, Lucas, he shouted with a wicked grin. You must have been in hell the first night he got here. But okay. He tilted his head, laughed a little at this comment, then quickly brushed it off and lunged at me. Now, I'll try to explain what happened next, as best as I can. As he rushed me, he threw a right-handed jab at my head. I countered this by hooking my arm over the inside of his shoulder with my left arm as I ducked the punch and put my right hand between his legs so that I could lift him off the ground, and then did a fireman's carry, which basically means that I tossed him into the air, and subsequently slammed him back onto the ground by exploding back up into a standing position and releasing my hold on his legs, while still keeping a strong grip on his shoulder. It made Fake Lucas fly over my head and still slam into the ground at my feet. I wanted to explain how this happened so people don't just accuse me of bullshitting, and, for the record, I don't think this would have worked on real Lucas. I'm pretty sure that he would have seen it coming anyway. This should have knocked the breath out of him, so I wasn't ready when he punched the back of my knee and dead-legged me so perfectly. I went straight to my ass. Middle school me would have taken notes on perfect execution of this move. Fake Lucas ended up getting back up to his feet before me, unfortunately, and jumped onto me and pulled me flat on my back. Fake Lucas then reared his fist back for a final blow, and as his fist flew towards my face, I managed to move my head to the side at the last second, and his fist connected with the hardwood floor at a respectable speed. He may have been able to recover from this quickly, if it hadn't been the same hand he'd already smashed into the wall a few moments before. As Fake Lucas winced at the pain, I threw my leg into the air and proceeded to connect with his nut square. It was more effective than the slam from earlier, that's for sure. I stood up slowly while Lucas tried to decide if he should use his remaining good hand to grab his crotch or his shattered knuckles. Before he could decide, I grabbed his Glock that was sitting on the coffee table and took aim. It didn't take Fake Lucas long to look up and realize that I now had complete control over the situation. He stood up, but he didn't make any further advances at me. He instead opted to put on a pouty face and plop down in the recliner in defeat. Then it hit me. Hey, why are you afraid of dying? This isn't even your body. You can't die again. And fake Lucas snapped back into a still somewhat aggressive tone. If this body dies while I'm in it, I get sent back. I don't think I'll be able to escape again if that happens. Why are people always so vague when I ask any questions? Escape from where? That's an important detail. Well, we expected him to fake Lucas to snap back again, but all he did was look me in the eyes and mumble, hell. His absolute terror on his face seemed genuine. Usually, I try to stay respectful and patient with someone in an emotional state like that. Unfortunately for fake Lucas, he wasn't a person. He was a ghost that was possessing my acquaintance, and I didn't really appreciate that very much, so I continued with my questioning. How did you escape hell for the first time? Fake Lucas was surprisingly cooperative now. I found a gateway and walked through it. Ended up in this land. I think there's some sort of portal to hell around here. It seems that most ancient creatures that come through are instead of regular spirits. The only thing I can figure is that they were banished to hell only to be let back out into this location. Oh yeah, I was expecting a badass story about a battle with the devil, not an actual possible cause for all the crazy shit that's going on. Alright, well, you seem to know your shit. Why do I get the idea that you know more about hell and monsters than the average lost soul? I was a preacher in life, but what then? Why were you in hell? Because I studied the occult in my spare time and skimmed out of the donation bowl? Shit. But now that makes sense, I guess. God is cheeky like that. But what makes you think that all the weirdos in those woods come from a portal to hell? Fake Lucas then started speaking in a more relaxed and confident manner. Not all beasts out there come from the portal, actually. Most of them don't. Just some of the particularly nasty ones. You met one the other day. I think you called him the Tall Man. He is a recent immigrant. I think he got banished in the 70s by some monster hunting group. He was one of the more average ones, but you already know the most powerful one, don't you? This fake Lucas started grinning. You were right. Exactly. You were talking about that Cthulhu guy that the devoted worship, isn't it? Fake Lucas's grin transformed into a grimace. Holy hell, Declan. Seriously, fuck you. It's that thing you call skinny. Cthulhu was a cosmic entity from another plane of existence, separated from hell. Skinny, on the other hand, is absolutely a product of hell. He's a demon. Then no, not a demon, but an amalgamation of at least a few other creatures that I'm pretty sure old Lucifer created himself. If I had to guess, Lucy's planning to take over the mortal plane and is strolling some creatures out here to test the waters before his final assault. Shit, that isn't good. I might be on his bad side, so it's just I keep mooning Skinny. Also, did you know what Skinny is? No. But I do know that he doesn't seem to be able to enter your home without being invited in. And when he takes the appearance of something, whether it be a sumo wrestler or a baby rabbit, he maintains the same weight and strength as his regular form. And do you know how he stays the same weight? Because I once saw him spying on a squirrel, only to snap the giant branch that he was perched on under his weight, then proceeded to shred the trunk of the tree with his tiny squirrel claws until it fell out of frustration. I remember that tree. I thought it had been attacked by a family of 6-legged beavers, the ones that lived down by the creek, but I guess that was wrong. Alright, it's beginning to seem like fake Lucas was a serious asset when it comes to knowing about the stuff around here. Also, I'm curious about what different monsters make up Skinny. If any of you have any ideas, feel free to comment because I'm pretty clueless as of right now. The invitation thing is from vampires though, isn't it? I don't know if that sounds too cliche to be true anyway. Anything else you want to get off your chest, preacher man? Guess I hit a nerve with that question. Fuck you, I am a woman. I am tired of you being so damn clueless. What? I didn't know that women preachers were a thing. Again, poor choice of words, Declan. That's it. I'm leaving. We were practically screaming at each other at this point, which in hindsight is really unnecessary. Okay, to be fair, you don't look or sound like a girl in Lucas's body, and all I ask is that you answer one more question. Fine. I had been wondering about this since the beginning of the conversation, so I was ecstatic to get one more chance at it. You said I was incompatible for you to possess me. Why is that? At this, fake Lucas took on a serious expression. It means you are either a descendant of some saint, or some godly power favors you. Or maybe, no, that couldn't be. I am just a guy. Fake Lucas seemed to pass out. Yes, it was the spirit leaving his body. Soon after, the real Lucas started to wake up and asked where she was. I told him there was a long story, but he should probably get some fresh air before I told him. When he grabbed my outstretched hand so that I could help him up, I squeezed. He yelled in pain. I calmly told him, "You owe me a new lamp." And that's all for Lucas's possession. See, he actually took the news pretty well. I think he's been possessed before or something. I kept the part about me being incompatible to myself. I'm not really sure why. It just didn't seem like something that I should share at the time. Things were heating up around here. Something big is going to happen soon, and with the information that we got from the spirit creature lady, it just doesn't look like me and Lucas can't do this on his own. I think he called in backup, but you won't actually tell me for sure. He just keeps looking out the window a lot. I'll update again soon. It's Declan, signing off. Guys, I've got a good bit of explaining to do. I lied to all of you on a few occasions now. I haven't lied about the creatures, ghosts, or people though, so don't worry about that. But I've lied about how I acquired some of my possessions. As you all should know by now, I didn't purchase my .45 caliber handgun. He was gifted to me somewhat indirectly by a good friend. What I have not explicitly stated yet was that I didn't exactly buy my house or property either. I'm sure many of you already figured that out though. What I'm getting at is that as I was placed here 3 years ago, I was approached by an organization when I was hiding out in a dive bar in El Paso, Texas. I have no fucking idea how they found me because even though I had been shit-faced for about 2 solid weeks, I know for sure no one in the area spoke English. So don't think they could have ratted me out or that I could have ratted myself out if I tried to find someone. Honestly, also, the people I was hiding from are not paranormal in any way, and there's a story I'm not certain I want to share right now, but I'm a sailor, and I'm sure I'll share it later on anyway. This group approached me and made me an offer. Again, I had been shit-faced for like 2 straight weeks, so my memory's a bit spotty. From what I can remember though, they said something about helping me escape the problems I had created with that group. Normally, I would have immediately suspected they were the enemy in disguise, but again, drunk as I was, I thought this was the greatest fucking thing that could have ever happened. I mean, they were offering me a free place to stay with a limited amount of monthly allowance to purchase food and whatever else I needed. I just assumed it was government funding. Then again, the government thinks I died 12 years ago. I think none of that matters now, though. See, I pretty much figured out what really happened behind the scenes with some help from Lucas. We've been sharing a hospital room for the last week, so we've had plenty of time to talk. I'll get to how we got here soon. I think this is going to be a long post. So, as much as Lucas and I can figure, the organization that was offering me witness protection type services was actually a fake front that's run by the monster hunting group that Lucas works for. Their goal was to find someone with above average survival skills to see how long a human could last in an area with a high concentration of fucked up things roaming around. Let me emphasize that the shit that planned this experiment probably didn't expect me to survive my first encounter, let alone live there for 3 years. Then, when the Aquila showed up, they got giddy. They were recording through Lucas, since they'd never been able to observe a dead Aquila before. Before the one that I killed, he sure knows how to make me feel special. And that's when Lucas and his crew got sent out, and the whole of Lucas has been here with me ever since. That was 4-ish weeks ago. But enough about the theory. Let me tell you about the shit that put me and Lucas in the hospital. That ghost preacher bitch that possessed Lucas a while back only got about half of her facts right. I found this out when Lucas and I decided to go to the home base of a local cult that lives in the back of my property. They call themselves the Devoted. I don't know what they were devoted to, but I know for sure that no one in that ragtag group of dipshits should be devoted to anything but extermination, who tried to sacrifice me 3 different times now. In the last attempt, they went as far as attempting to try and burn down my house, but I caught them in the act and convinced their leader, a short, stocky guy named Travis, to not bother me anymore. I really didn't want anything to do with them, because they're awkward, but Lucas was certain that they probably had some information about why more deadly creatures seemed to be popping up at a higher rate, or maybe at least have some knowledge about Skinny. I tried to convince him that I knew more than the Devoted when it comes to Skinny, but he insisted that I was about as observant as Helen Keller. whoever the fuck that is. So there we are, standing in front of their little shanty town they call Blackwood Hollow, mostly made up of metal sheds and parts of mobile homes. Yes, parts, and people living inside with whole walls missing. Even mind that these people aren't poor. Almost all the members have nice cars and trucks parked outside their homes. A new Chevy Silverado, nice Ford Mustang, many others that I don't know the names of off the top of my head. I don't really understand what philosophy leads them to, living happily in a shithole like this. Each their own, I guess. We found Travis pretty quickly. He was in the middle of the squalor, preaching about something or another. He noticed me and Lucas almost immediately, due to the fact that neither of us is wearing dark robes like the rest of the cultists. Lucas is wearing black combat pants and a gray long-sleeve shirt that made him look like he meant business. On the other hand, I was wearing blue jeans and a Twizzlers t-shirt. Travis began somewhat solemnly, "I guess we have guests now," and proceeded to step down off of his upside-down 5-gallon bucket. As he approached, Lucas whispered just loud enough for me to hear, "They're surrounding us." And sure enough, he was right. I looked around and saw not only Travis approaching us, but about 60 different cultists approaching from different directions. They were closing in, and both Lucas and I prepared to draw our weapons to defend ourselves when Travis called out, "Children, calm down. Don't you see he's got a gun now? Let's please try not to get on his nerves." Now, I could see Lucas start smirking in the corner of his eye, but I didn't have the heart to tell him that they weren't talking about him. "Look, mister, Travis, right? We were just wondering if you had any idea about where some of the paranormal creatures in this area are coming from." The question seemed to make Travis uncomfortable. We haven't seen anything like that around here, so... Just then, one of the black-robed cultists came bursting through the surrounding crowd. "Grand Bishop Travis, the baby doll spider came back." Shit. But this revelation, Travis knew that we knew, that he knew what we wanted to know. All we could do was look back and forth from his distraught follower and us. He finally just decided to awkwardly smile at us. As much as Lucas wanted to continue questioning, we both noticed that the cultist that came back was missing large chunks of his robe and his flesh. Well, the man stood there hyperventilating in front of his leader. Lucas pointed something out to me. "Declan, he's wearing a severed head," he whispered. We didn't want anyone to overhear us. Well, all the focus was on Travis trying to console the hysterical man. I pointed to Lucas's observation with, "Look at that thing that's coming. He might have to put the skinny hunt on hold," which is that these people are a nuisance. I really don't want to see a community get slaughtered. Lucas shot me that confused look. I agree. We weren't prepared to fight with something like that. While we were talking, I felt a tap on my shoulder. It was Riley, Travis's second in command. I hadn't seen her since the last time I was in their little neighborhood, and I hadn't really left on a good note. Now she looked deadly serious. "Declan, we have all the information you want, and some that you probably don't, but before I tell you, we need your help. This thing is going to tear us to shreds, but I have a way to get rid of it." Riley was the only member of the devoted that struck me as a somewhat smart person. I think she was raised into the cult, and that was the reason why she hadn't left it. Some twisted way. It's her only family. Before Lucas could protest, I answered, "We're in. So what do we?" I was interrupted before I could finish my sentence by a loud screeching. The sound was beyond unnatural. I could describe it as a young woman screaming in terror, but the tone kept changing instantly like a shitty auto-tune from hell. Lucas and I looked at each other. "Shit indeed," said Lucas. "Shit indeed." I looked back to ask Riley what she planned on doing, but when I looked in her direction, she was already sprinting off. I really hoped that she was grabbing some sort of secret weapon and not just being a coward. I didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts, though. "There's the beast cresting the hill," Lucas said as he jerked my attention back to the situation at hand. Sure enough, as I looked through the trees that led upward, I could see a mass of tan, white, and dark red charging down the hill. As it charged closer, the cultists started running around wildly, some pulling out their spears and knives, but they looked like they were trying to use chopsticks for the first time. They weren't going to be much help. I was starting to make out some details of the thing as it approached. The main defining feature of the baby doll spider was that it was in fact made out of what looked to be baby dolls. Not just dolls though, mannequins, cosmetic practice heads. It seemed like all the different objects were held together by some magic stickiness. I disagree with calling it a spider. It had 4 legs and 2 arms. It was shaped more like a centaur. And another odd detail, each part of its body was made up of that specific body part. Where the head should be was where a massive mannequin doll and other forms of heads that would just be crammed together. The same rule follows for legs, arms, torso, and so on. Lucas, what the hell is that thing? I don't know. Usually, if you see a doll or something moving around, that's a possession. That lady you were talking to better have a good idea. The abomination was now closing in, and it reached one of the outermost sheds that dotted the devoted headquarters and began tearing it to pieces. I don't think guns are going to work on this thing, but it doesn't have internal organs that bullets could damage, and I doubt that it would respond to gnat rounds since it doesn't look Native American. We're going to need to use stuff that'll break it, Lucas said, as he grabbed a spear from a nearby cultist and slung it at least 40 yards to hit the thing in the torso. But what the fuck? Lucas throws spears now? Even though it was a solid hit, the monster didn't reel back at all. It just looked in our direction and let out another screech before charging at us at full tilt. It was at this point that I realized that the beast was not colored red anywhere on its body. All the deep red that I had seen was just blood that was caked onto the baby doll centaur. Damn it, doll spiders do sound better. As I got closer, Lucas yelled. Get his attention, I got an idea. I nodded and pulled out my .45 pistol, knowing that it wouldn't kill it, but it could at least distract it. I now realize that I'm actually starting to trust Lucas with my life, something I hadn't done in a long time. I started hitting center mass as the creature neared 10 yards from Lucas. He now stopped and turned towards me. Lucas took advantage of this brief pause and sprinted at the creature. I was confused by this until I saw the round thing in his hand, a grenade. I kept firing, and Lucas slid under the belly of the beast and plunged his hand in between the parts that made up the creature's torso, then continued to slide out from the other side. As he got back to his feet, he yelled, "Cover!" and dove behind the nearby Cadillac. All the creature had time to do was start looking over at Lucas's direction before it was obliterated by a teeth-rattling explosion. Hundreds of body parts rained down everywhere. That may have been the most badass thing I've ever seen. It really was. It's really a good thing that Lucas still carried grenades with him everywhere since the tall man incident. Cheering began erupting from all around the compound, but the celebration was short-lived. As I jogged over to check on Lucas, I noticed that the body parts were still moving. Not only that, but they were all moving towards the same central point. The yells of joy started dying down as more people began to realize that the thing was just putting itself back together. And just as Lucas started to grab another grenade, concealed somewhere on his body, I heard a familiar voice of Riley screaming my name. "Declan, take this. The woman that lived in the trees said that you would know what to do with it." With that, she tossed me what looked like an oversized minnow-catching net. It didn't make sense. No way in hell this thing would be afraid of a net like the pails were, even if it was bigger. All my doubts melted away when I caught the net, though. Riley was right. I knew exactly what to do. A wave of something came over me when my fingers made contact with the net. It was like an absolute certainty of something, but I wasn't sure of what exactly I was certain of. I looked down at the net and realized where the weights were at. A normal minnow net. This one had medium-sized rocks. On these rocks were symbols, runes of some sort, that I didn't recognize. They would have been hard to see on the rocks if they weren't glowing a bright blue color. Lucas looked at me with a stare of confusion, then snapped back to reality and commanded, "Get your ass in gear and use that thing." I bolted in the direction of the now half-formed doll spider, and I slung the net over the wriggling mass of body parts. Nothing happened. The body parts kept moving in place, and the net didn't seem to faze the thing. Oh shit. I could hear Lucas say to himself from behind me, and then it hit me. It was like I remembered something that I had never learned before. Before I knew what I was doing, the words "Lock culture" erupted from escaping my mouth all at once. Blue runes changed into a deep red, and smoke started rising from the net. The beast managed to get one more half screech before it. Well, I guess it just kind of stopped existing. While the cheering started to erupt again amongst the cultists, I immediately approached Riley. Something she had said when she first approached me was hanging heavily on my mind. "So, do you mind explaining why you called her the lady who lived in the trees, and not the lady who lives in the trees?" I said a little more forcefully than it probably was necessary. "Look, Declan, I know what you need to know." She came to me, and she explained everything. Yeah, it's our fault that some of these beasts exist, But the shapeshifter needs to be dealt with now, and you're ready to take on that task. Travis doesn't even know. She was certain that you'd be able to fix this. Please, just listen. Shit. The somber tone of the young woman's voice told me that my suspicions were true. The lady in the trees hadn't been hiding or avoiding me this whole time, and that was really hard to swallow. This was just the beginning of a path to a dark place that I hadn't visited in years. I just hope that Lucas is willing to come with me. There's more to this story. This entry is getting long, so I'm gonna cut it off here. Most of the rest of the story at a later date. Tell them this is Declan, signing off. I just found out the one person on this godforsaken plot of land that I had considered to be on my side before Lucas showed up is dead. It's right, folks. The lady in the tree wasn't mad at me. She wasn't ignoring me. She had been deceased for almost a year now. Whoever the one who really proved to me means of survival over the past 3 years, she gave me a gun with magic bullets. She gave me hearing in an ear that had been destroyed. She gave me antidotes and alcohol. I'm pretty sure she even did my laundry once. I also can't help but think that she had something to do with the fact that the spirit preacher couldn't possess me. The most important thing she gave me, though, was her trust. Based on the few times she had directly communicated with me through letters, she had always alluded to the fact that I was supposed to be the one to help cleanse this land of the supposed darkness. Like, I was the chosen one or some shit. Whether I'm actually special or not, though, she trusted me absolutely, and failed in her mind. I was battling these monsters and scaring them away from here. I was the hero that she had been waiting on. She couldn't fight the creatures directly due to some sort of vow. In reality, all I've done for the past 3 years was dick around and get lucky. I've never gone out looking to solve the monster problems around here. Even when I set the trap for Camo, I was purely selfish in reasoning. I just was annoyed by his constant attempts at trapping me. I didn't do it for the greater good. Looking at my life, I've really never done much to serve anyone else but myself. Even stuff I did after my dad was killed, I wasn't avenging him. I was getting revenge for myself. I don't know why she ever decided that I was the one that would make things right. What instincts had told her that I was the man that could finally change something? I really wish she'd never decided on me in the first place, because that fact alone is why I typed this in my hospital bed. My throat is hurting. My lip is trembling. Actually, that might be the hospital's food's fault. Not really sure at this point. Enough sad monologuing, though. Time to get back to what happened. Riley had some explaining to do, and I fully expected to get every ounce of useful information from her. The first question I needed answered was, what the hell happened to the lady in the tree? Riley, what happened to her? She looked at the ground. It was obvious that she was dreading having to explain this to me. She snuck into what was left of my shelter in the middle of the night after Skinny attacked Blackwood Hollow, she told me. At this, Lucas, who seemed to materialize out of nowhere, cut her off. I understand you want to get right to the part where the tree lady died, but first, there's some other questions that need answering. Why did Skinny attack in the first place? Do you know where he came from? Do you know how to stop him? I turned to argue with Lucas because I was the one who wanted to get to the part where she died, but unfortunately, Lucas was right. Yeah, as much as I want to hear about what became of the lady in the tree, we need to start from the beginning. You know what you were saying about some of these monsters popping up, and that was your fault? I guess Lucas had heard that part of the previous conversation, because now he looked at me with surprise etched into his face. Riley was even slower to answer this time. Well, Declan, it wasn't my fault per se. You know how stubborn and persistent Travis can be. I didn't really like where this was going, but I had a pretty good idea. Yeah, I mean, he tried to kill me, but 6 times, I think. Without thinking, Riley replied, 9. But that's not what's important. What's important is that Travis has been trying to summon Cthulhu for years now, but in the last year, he's finally started making some progress. Lucas chimed in. What exactly does this progress consist of? The young cultist paused for a moment, deep in thought. Well, our attempts at summoning rituals started working, just not as we planned. Things were coming through the portals we created, and things weren't what we meant to summon, though. So far, we've summoned a 15-foot-tall cloaked tentacle man that has been kidnapping our brothers and sisters on a regular basis. Until recently, the baby doll monster that you both saw, and the spirit that keeps creating minor inconveniences like broken plates and shoelaces being stolen from their respective shoes. But the last thing we summoned, by far the most vicious, was the shapeshifter. I can't believe what I was hearing. So let me get this straight. You people are responsible for the tall man, the ghost preacher shit, the baby doll abomination, and Skinny? Was there even a point where you thought, damn, these rituals aren't really helping us out very much? Maybe we should stop. Riley shrugged as she looked at me. This is Travis we're talking about. Well, she had a point. Travis didn't know when to quit. Lucas decided to pipe up again. And what finally happened that convinced you that these rituals were a bad idea? The shapeshifter killed half of us and always stopped after saying that he was going to take a nap and come back for the rest of us later. Yeah, well, that's pretty solid reasoning, I said after considering what she said. So was it during Skinny's nap that the lady in the tree came to talk to you last? Yeah, it was a few hours after the attack. The community was in absolute chaos while Travis tried to calm everyone down. I was in my shed trying to figure out what I absolutely needed to take with me when I fled. That's when I hear a woman whispering, "Hey," to me. That was her. I immediately knew she wasn't one of us because, well, she doesn't wear much in the way of clothes, and we're very strict about our dress code here. What did she want this time? Riley took a deep breath and closed her eyes before answering. She said that she had a way to save us from the shapeshifter, but she had a message and a few things that she needed to leave with me. After telling me this, she went back outside for a moment, and when she came back, she was carrying 3 large nets. She explained that the nets were for the man who lived up on the hill, Declan, and that I was to give them to you as soon as possible. She also said that she thought of a way to keep the shapeshifter from attacking anyone again until you had a chance to deal with him. The revelation puzzled me. I knew for a fact the lady in the tree couldn't directly attack or harm any creature as part of an oath. Lucas stayed silent, deep in thought. I, on the other hand, kept on pressing Riley for answers. So why the fuck didn't you tell me any of this sooner? This information would have been helpful. Oh, I don't know. Like a year ago. Riley flinched as I finished my sentence. Honestly, Declan, I was just scared that if you saw me, you'd want to kick the shit out of me. I guess I couldn't blame her for that one. I kicked the shit out of Travis right in front of her a couple years ago. Okay. Did she tell you how she planned on doing this? She never got the chance to explain any further. We heard screaming along with the sound of ripping metal outside. We rushed out to see a 9-foot-tall Ronald McDonald ripping someone in half while laughing like a madman. The Native American woman looked in one last time and said, "Make sure to tell Declan that he alone can send these beasts back using those nets. You may not know it yet. He will know what to do when the time comes. The elder spirits will guide and protect him." With that, the Native American woman took off towards the shapeshifter, which was now a giant werewolf. As she got closer, she started screaming some words I didn't understand. She also started glowing blue, which was odd. She finally got to the shapeshifter, just called him Skinny. It's catchier. Riley seemed kind of annoyed that I interrupted her, but she continued all the same. She got Skinny's attention when she stopped 5 feet in front of him. She was lit up like a blue glow stick at that point. She had stopped chanting at this point and was just standing in front of Skinny, trying to catch her breath once again. He said, "Well, aren't you different? I've never killed a glowing one before," and proceeded to casually swipe at her with a clawed hand. The Native American woman didn't even flinch when the first claw made contact with her. There was a deafening boom accompanied by an explosion of what looked to be a red mist. Well, Skinny can vaporize people. I blurted it out now, a little more wary of my plans to attack the entity. Riley was quick to set me straight though. No. She did something to herself with those incantations before that point. All Skinny had done was shred people into smaller portions of people. Lucas muttered in response. Well, she put some curse that she put on herself as a trap, so Skinny attacking her would trigger it to bypass a rule of not being able to cause direct harm to any other creature. Since in a way, it's getting cursed himself by attacking her of his own will. Did anything change about Skinny's behavior after the lady in the trees? Lucas slid his thumb across his throat in a slicing motion as he finished. He glanced over at me with what looked like pity in his eyes. Yeah. What's your name? His look of pity quickly turned to a look of annoyance. Lucas the expert, he said with a growl. Yeah, Lucas, his behavior did change. See, after the Indian woman disappeared, it only took a few seconds for Skinny to regain his composure. He almost immediately started laughing, then said, "What the hell was that? A suicide bomber attempt? Pathetic." However, as he lunged to grab yet another person, one of my sisters. He fell to the ground, writhing in agony. He got up and tried again. Each time he attempted to attack someone, he was met with paralyzing pain. So the curse makes it so Skinny can't hurt anyone. I said apprehensively because 6 months ago, Skinny smacked that dog shit out of me and I almost died. Not quite. See, the curse has one catch. We found out when Martin, fully blessed his soul, tried to take advantage of his inability to attack and launched an assault of his own. But when the baseball bat made contact with the creature, he was immediately struck down by a clawed hand. I slapped the palm against my forehead. Ah, that makes sense. So we can't really attack him. If he attacks first, that's why he tries to get us pissed at him. He made it seem like he was trying to lure us outside to disguise the fact he was actually luring us into attacking him. Both Riley and Lucas looked at me somewhat startled for a moment before Lucas spoke up. Declan, pardon me, but I'm honestly only used to you saying stupid shit. But I think you're actually right this time. I started to argue, but I quickly realized he was right. Fuck you, Lucas. So what? Do I kill or banish Skinny by tossing one of those nets on him and yelling whatever magic word comes into my head? Wait, how the actual fuck do I know what magic word to use? Riley answered my question with, yeah, I don't know. You understand that either. Let's just roll with it. Just then, I heard Lucas say, what the fuck? Behind me. This is odd since Lucas had been standing in front of me for a few minutes now. I turned around and, sure enough, there was a second Lucas behind me. This meant that either Skinny just walked up pretending to be Lucas, or even worse, he had been talking to us the whole time, and now he knew everything that we knew. Riley and I both backed away from the Lucases as they stared at each other in confusion, then back at me. The Lucas on the left yelled, "Throw the net on it now, and now's your chance to end him." The other fired back, "No, he's trying to trick you. Throw it on him fast." After a moment of thought, I said, "Okay, so I think I have a way to figure this out. Whichever one of you is the real Lucas just has to punch the other Lucas to prove that you can attack first." Both Lucases shouted, "But then he'll kill me," Riley whispered in my ear. Inez. But I already knew what my next move was. "Riley, give me one of those nets." She actually handed me one of the nets I was laying on the ground next to her. I started walking towards the Lucases until I was right in front of them. A wicked grin spread across my face as I said, "All right, here's a question only the real Lucas would know the answer to. How did I get the tall man to run away?" The Lucas on the left quickly responded, "You cut off a tentacle. Couldn't Skinny have seen that?" I now looked to Lucas on the right to see how he planned to respond to the situation. All he did was squint his eyes and sigh. Then in a defeated tone he said, "You took off your clothes, and you ran at him naked until he fled." Satisfied by his answer, I slung the net over the top of the leftmost Lucas's head and yelled out the new magic words. ECLA Hawkshaw Africa. Not really sure why the magic words that came out of my mouth were different from the ones that came out when I got rid of the baby doll monster, but like Riley said, I guess we just roll with it. As the runes that were carved on the rocks that outlined the net started to glow red and Skinny was swallowed by smoke, I heard him utter, "No fucking way, boys." Then, as the smoke that swallowed him was blown away by a breeze, he was gone. Pretty anticlimactic, right? I was honestly kind of hoping for some badass battle where we fought to the death and got to stab him with a magic wooden spear that was like a final gift from the lady in the tree or something while saying something cool. But in the end, Skinny was defeated by an immature inside joke. That's it. I mean, yeah, the tall man is still out there somewhere. Skinny's done, and the lady in the tree got her wish. It's really all I could hope to accomplish. Lucas was pretty pissed off at me for putting him on the line and risking sending him to another dimension on the basis of him remembering an inside joke. In response to his anger, I just told him that I had faith, and in the end, that's all that mattered. All he said in return was, "Fuck you, I need a beer." I didn't tell him how I had really figured out who was the real one when they both said, "But then he'll kill me," in unison. See, the new Lucas that had just walked up shouldn't have known the real rules since he hadn't been there to hear about them. All I can figure is Skinny had probably been listening in disguised as a cultist and decided to end the conversation and stop us before we came up with a plan to kill him. I really just wanted Lucas to believe that I was dumb enough to put his life on the line for something that Skinny could have easily heard if it had been that he's dropping by at the right time. That serves him right for basically calling me a dumbass failure. After Skinny was dealt with, Lucas and I shared an uncomfortable couple of goodbyes with the cultists, most of whom hadn't even noticed what had happened, including Travis, much less appreciated the fact that we just got rid of the single most vile creature that ever inhabited this land. But I was okay with it. The fact that the Lady in the Tree's killer was gone for good was enough for me. And something you're probably asking, wait, if that's all that happened, then why were they both in the hospital? Well, that actually happened when the headquarters of the monster hunting organization that Lucas works for summoned both of us to be interrogated after the events that led to the destruction of Skinny, who they knew to be an extremely high-level threat. After all the paperwork and questioning was over with, Lucas offered to take me out for a drink. I accepted. Long story short, don't drink and drive, kids. They even took our electronics for the first week we're here, claiming that it was so they could scan them, but I knew it was just punishment for damaging a company-armored SUV. Anyway, that's pretty much it for now. I'll try to keep posting, but now that Skinny's gone, things seem a lot more relaxed. I hope you all enjoyed the tale of how I finally killed Skinny. This is Declan signing off. The dark legacy of the Graves bloodline. Uncle Graves had always been the black sheep of our family, a thorn in my father's side, and a constant reminder of how corrupt and decayed our ancestral roots truly were. Lawrence Raymond Graves was my mother's elder brother, a genetic throwback, a deviant, and if the rumors surrounding him were true, a man acquainted with the most hellish of sins. His appearance was enough to make the most stoic of hearts skip a beat before its shambling gait. Flat-headed, thick-lipped, and possessing the largest, glassiest, bulging eyes found in the sockets of any earthbound creature, his appearance was nothing less than outlandish. He would stumble along the dirt paths of Damariscotta Hollow every Saturday morning in his weekly sojourn to the local stores. This journey caused his neighbors great unease, and passerbys would cross the road in an effort to avoid exchanging even the simplest of pleasantries with the man. I was particularly disturbed by my uncle's visage, as I unfortunately shared a few of his more loathsome traits myself. Thankfully, however, these were less pronounced and shocking than those found on my uncle's grim face. My mother too shared what was known in Damariscotta Hollow as the Graves look, although her deviant features, like mine, were softer and even less obvious than my own. She got away lightly indeed, with large, watery eyes, her only obvious heritage of the tainted Graves bloodline. Uncle Graves lived alone, tucked away in a rotting abode that lurked and leaned queerly at odd angles at the back of the Devil's Bog, a feral swamp that skirted the cemetery at the south end of the town. It was a lonesome stretch of sepulchre marshland, home only to the cypress trees, the creeping vines, and my gloomy uncle. Many an odd tale was attached to the Devil's Bog. Strange lights and raised voices were often heard from the depths of the swamp on those days leading up to the nights of Hallows Eve and Walpurgis. It was not unknown for local pets and occasionally even children to go missing and turn up dead on the mornings after those nights, when the frogs croaked loudly and the owls hooted their omens of warning. I remember when I was very young, my mother issued me a warning to never enter the Devil's Bog, despite my uncle living there, and I often wondered just what witchcraft was being played out in secret underneath the skeletal trees. These warnings were ubiquitous among all Damariscotta Hollow children, and with good reason. Before I was born, a local child had been found dead in the swamp, half submerged in the black slop that had once been a creek passing through the bog. Little was done about the matter. It was assumed that the child had fallen into the muck and drowned. But every Damariscotta Hollow resident was quick to attribute a more sinister conclusion to the life of little Maggie Cooper. Despite the macabre reputation, or perhaps because of it, the whole area was the haunting ground of young boys during the summer months, and sadly, and with great embarrassment, my uncle was seen as something of a local bogeyman by my peers. As a result, he suffered relentless taunting at the hands of Damariscotta Hollow's children. There was precious little else to do in the town during the school summer break, and the taunting of my uncle became something of a local sport. Boys would prove their mettle by hurling rocks at the windows of the Devil's Bog cabin where my uncle resided, or knocking on his door only to flee, as the frog-faced resident cautiously answered their call before slinking back into the dark of his home. Being the nephew of Mad Graves meant that by proxy, I too suffered from the attentions of my uncle's tormentors, and I tried desperately to make myself invisible in and out of school. I succeeded in this endeavor to such a level that I had successfully alienated myself from everyone outside of my family in just a few short years. 1 year. On Halloween, the onslaught of abuse directed towards my uncle reached such feverish heights that it culminated in a planned mass egging of his home. Only one boy in town possessed enough bravado to see this task. To conclusion, however, Jamie Thornton. It was Jamie alone who entered the Devil's Bog on that dreadful night, chest puffed out and a box of rotten eggs held confidently in his hands. When the boy finally returned, many hours later, to the circle of children crowding the edge of that necromantic marshland, waiting in anticipation for their champion, he was forever and irreversibly changed. Transmuted, transformed, and left naught but a shell of what was once a lively child, he staggered out of the swamp a dumb and silent specter. Poor Jamie Thornton, the terror of all children younger than himself, said nothing about what he had seen in the dark that night, nor would he ever speak a single syllable again his whole miserable life. Eventually, the glassy-eyed mute was taken away from his parents and moved to Arkham Asylum, a home for the mentally disadvantaged. There he stayed for many years, banging his head against the wall of his cell to a silent, alien rhythm until fate gave him the opportunity to escape his confines and leap to his death. Exactly 13 years since he first lurched out of the shadows of the cypress trees. My uncle was questioned about the incident, of course, but denied ever seeing the boy, let alone speaking to him or causing him harm. This event left me even more isolated from the other children. Before that night, they might have included me in their torments, but once Jamie had been forever silenced, they avoided me completely. I very rarely saw Uncle Graves in person. Occasionally, he would show up at a family get-together or function to make a token effort to remind us that he still existed in this world, only to disappear just as abruptly as he had arrived. My father in particular despised the man. He hated the appearance of his brother-in-law, and he hated that his wife and son were kin to the man. But most of all, he hated the way Graves collected queer objects in strange moldy tomes. Graves was something of a scholar, at least of a certain sort, and loved to devour information from his astounding collection of books. His library consisted of a mass of sprawling grimoires and papers scattered around his living room in no discernible order. A chaotic, crumbling mess of ancient and esoteric knowledge. Many of those decaying, musty volumes were written in languages unspoken in the isolated towns and hamlets of New England. Archaic German, French, Latin, Greek, and scripts, so wholly alien in structure that they must have been impossibly extraterrestrial in origin. Other, far stranger items dotted the cramped rooms of the cabin that Graves called home. Warped, bent skulls, exotic stuffed birds, crystals shaped in geometric arrangements that were maddeningly complex. This was the legacy of my Uncle Graves, a repulsive, isolated, semi-antiquarian, semi-human recluse, obsessed with the forbidden and in love with the wicked and strange. All these memories and thoughts flashed vividly in my mind as I sat opposite the stern, cold face of Mr. Edmund, my family's long-suffering solicitor. Just seconds ago, he had impassionedly read out aloud the contents of my uncle's last will and testament, in which a man I barely knew and had good reason to despise had left me all his earthly and unearthly possessions. Uncle Graves's death had been as singular and strange as his life. In the early morning of July 24th, 1954, he had stood naked on the sands of Pemaquid Beach in Damariscotta, Maine, and walked slowly and deliberately into the waiting maw of the churning Atlantic Ocean. A trail of large, flat footprints in the sand and a pile of scattered clothing were all that had remained of the man. Although a body was never found, he was declared legally dead some years after, and had left instructions with Mr. Edmund that I, his only nephew, was to receive all he had ever owned. The significance of the location of his demise was not lost upon me. For decades ago, my family had lived in the town of Damariscotta. The sea had always been in the family's blood, and many a Graves had took to the waves as fishermen, sailors, and even pirates, at least if one was to believe the various myths and legends surrounding us. For the Graves' blood was tainted, or so the stories said. The original branch of my family had come from Barton, in Cheshire, England, where many of my relatives had lived in that decaying and damned port town, before eventually settling in Maine. Barton itself was a nest of horrid myths and repulsive witch lore. We had come to Cumbria under a cloud of dark suspicion and dread, chased out by the locals as warlocks and werewolves, forced across the bitter Atlantic, and finally ejected upon the shores of New England. Whatever it was that had segregated us from the other branches of the family, for many a grave still resided in rotting Barton, none can say. My grandparents certainly would not discuss the matter. My own family had made the move away from Innsmouth and into the small town of Damariscotta Hollow, due to a chance meeting between my mother and father during a blistering hot summer holiday, which my father had chosen to spend by the seaside. My father had been a keen lover of architecture, from ancient colonial ruins to Victorian estates. He had traveled the length and breadth of America in search of historical adventure. It was during such a trip that he learned of Innsmouth and its magnificent Victorian hotel. During his stay in the town, he had encountered my mother on the beach as she collected various seashells, live crabs, and bits of driftwood, enraptured by her large green eyes and raven black hair. My father spent much of the summer with the strange girl who was to become my mother, and they quickly became close friends and confidants. Some months later, the two young lovers were engaged and made the move to my father's hometown, marrying at the local church before buying a home in one of the cramped and sloping alleys of shadow-haunted Damariscotta Hollow. Unfortunately, there had been an unwelcome catch to this otherwise auspicious joining. Lawrence, my mother's elder brother, would also be making the move to Damariscotta Hollow with them. My grandparents, you see, were sadly in no fit state to look after the man, who was himself somewhat mentally disadvantaged, or backward, as my father would say, and wholly ignorant of the many social norms we often take for granted in this day and age. The elder Graveses were hopelessly advanced in age too, and it was clear that they feared for their son's well-being when the inevitable shedding of their mortal coil take them to the cold and unwelcoming grave. So with great reluctance, but also out of love for his wife, my father agreed to take Lawrence with them to Damariscotta Hollow, where he lived with them for several months before finally acquiring the decomposing cabin in the swamp behind the cemetery. Not long after my parents' marriage, my Graves' grandparents succumbed to a kind of wasting disease. I had never actually seen either of them, nor had my father encountered them more than a handful of times, as they did not even have the strength to attend their daughter's wedding. Lawrence and my mother both attended the funeral in Innsmouth, in which a few gray, shadowy strangers appeared, many of them also bearing the odd Graves look. It was during this time that my uncle acquired the vast bulk of his blighted library and bizarre trinkets from my grandparents' home, nestled as they were in the boarded-up attic bedroom, in which they had queerly spent the majority of their later years, in total seclusion. The years passed by in Damariscotta Hollow, and while my parents made a home for themselves and started a family, my uncle continued to live alone in the swamp, his collection of fungal books and stuffed animals his only company. As I have already mentioned, I was by no means close to my uncle, and although I did not hate him with the burning vitriol my father had reserved for the man, he had still unnerved and nauseated me on the few occasions I was unlucky enough to be in the same room as him, and I was genuinely taken aback by being made his sole heir. All this no doubt accounted for the puzzled look that must have graced my face, and to which roused Mr. Edmund to once again break me away from my daydreaming with a short, deliberate cough. Snapping out of my thoughts, I focused upon the solicitor, and smiled a weak, apologetic expression, and he proceeded to inform me that the cabin was in a cankerous state of decline, and would be unsafe and unfit for habitation, and advised me strongly from entering it, instead suggesting I hire a few locals to fetch me whatever items I desired and deposit them at my own home. He assured me that any effort made to restore the cabin would be nothing but a cash sink and a complete waste of time. It was decayed even by the standards of the other groaning properties that dotted the swamp, and truth be told, I had no desire to enter it. He gave me a few more details about various bits and pieces my uncle had left me, a few dollars squirreled away in a bank account, and also the residence that my grandparents had lived in back in Innsmouth, which I simply asked him to put up for sale on my behalf and to sold as cheaply as possible. As luck would have it, he managed to sell it quickly to a distant relative, a Graves cousin who still resided in the seaside town and wished for whatever reason to acquire the property. After leaving Mr. Edmund to his paperwork, I left his office and headed straight to my parents' home to talk about the matter with them both in full. My father seemed quite dismissive of the whole affair, assuming wrongly that I would have no interest in anything that had belonged to his deceased nemesis. My mother, on the other hand, seemed greatly unnerved by the matter, at first probing me to see what my intentions were regarding my uncle's belongings. Upon hearing that I would be taking them all to my home and cataloging them at my leisure, she could hardly contain her anxiety. This confused me greatly, I assured her that I simply wished to see if there was anything of worth to be sold to collectors, and this seemed to calm her briefly. Finding some local strong arms to move the immense hoard of junk from my uncle's cabin and to my home proved to be quite difficult at first. Most men of labor in Damariscotta Hollow proved to be stupefying in their reluctance to enter Devil's Bog, and superstitious regarding the grave's name. In the end, I was able to hire a few migrant laborers who, despite being superstitious themselves, were strangers to Damariscotta Hollow and ignorant of the mark upon my family's name. I busied myself with work during the week, or so it took to ransack my uncle's cabin, and at first barely noticed the hoard of books, stuffed animals, skulls, crystals, and various other brack, that I had the workers stack as neatly as possible in my cellar. By the time they had finished, the once vacant space beneath my house had become a labyrinth worthy of Crete, a Tartarus of crinkled yellow papers and moaning, sagging shelves. Fortunately, I had fitted the old cellar with electricity when I moved in, but the feeble light provided by that one naked bulb hanging in the center of the room seemed to cast more shadow than light, and gave the various glass-eyed dead animals a haunting quality that kept me away from the collection until I could find someone to take the whole ungodly collection off my hands. The whole collection stayed well out of my mind and life for some weeks to come, as work kept me busy and I put off my once-planned mass cataloging in favor of working towards a promotion at the office where I worked as a minor clerk. However, when said promotion passed me by, I took a few weeks' leave from my job and decided to see how much money I could make from selling my uncle's grim treasure trove. Working through the collection proved to be a lesson in patience, and it took what seemed to be a lifetime to separate my uncle's notes and diaries from actual printed books and handwritten manuscripts. When I finally did so, I had before me a collection of wicked and unwholesome tomes, musty, fat, and swollen, with hundreds of pages of information. Some of the books dated back centuries. The volumes before me threw me into a state of excitement at the possibility of how much cash could be coughed up by a willing collector. I wrote down the names of as many of the books as I could. There was Cultes des Goules by the Comte d'Ariette, Der Vermis Mysterious penned by the necromancer Ludwig Prinn, and Unausprechlichen Kulten by Frederick von Junst. There was also an English translation of a book called Things of the Water with its original title Cathat Aquadingen presented on the inner pages in a sprawling, spidery penmanship that I suspected to be of my uncle's creation. The latter was filled with pages of notes, written by my uncle, and various rites and rituals, underlined in pencil, appeared sporadically throughout the interior. I tried my best to skim this book, being one of the few written in English, but its contents were so haphazardly laid out and unorganized that I simply could not digest any significant information from within, instead relying upon various words underlined by my uncle. These included Father Dagon, Mother Hydra, Cthulhu, Yahanfle, Ubosathla, Azathoth, and other stranger arrangements of letters. Admittedly, I was totally ignorant of the contents of all the books presented before me, and dismissed them as either works of fiction or loose fantastical treatises of witchcraft and the occult. Neither of these topics interested me in the slightest, so I decided to write down all I could think of as interesting to collectors, such as titles, authors, dates, and the strange names of pseudo-gods and prehistoric peoples, and put them in a letter that I sent off to several rare booksellers in Boston. It did not take long for a reply to reach me. One Dr. Artemis Graves Glass, a collector and bibliophile, had been put in touch with me via one of his contacts and wrote me a fevered response. His excitement barely contained within his beautifully worded letter. He offered to buy the entire collection from me for a king's ransom. It was a six-figure sum so high that I had to sit down immediately upon reading it in order to finish his letter in full, and had to reread it several times to let its contents fully sink in. Dr. Glass had also made it clear that he wanted any and all personal notes made by the book's previous owners in full, which I understood given the gibberish contents contained within the tomes. However, I decided that I would not hand over my uncle's diaries, for whatever absurd sentimental reasons I may have attached to them. In my reply to the doctor, I simply stated that the collection had come as is, and that no notes had been found among them. I did, however, smooth this over by stating that several of the books had passages underlined with a few scribbles here and there, denoting other manuals and page numbers where other notes and information could be found. It wasn't quite the spider web of information the doctor had sought, but it appeared to please him nonetheless, and he organized to come and collect the books in person at a prearranged date just a few days after his reply to my offer. I informed my parents over some afternoon tea of what the doctor had offered me for the books, and to much humor, my father nearly spat out a mouthful of coffee upon hearing that his son was to become so fabulously wealthy. He seemed overjoyed at the news, not for any dreams of personal gain. He had always been the non-materialistic type, but at the life such money could provide for me. I knew that he was also secretly happy that being related to Lawrence Graves had actually paid off in the end, and the money was at once a source of sweet revenge for him and an ointment to smooth over the wounds left by their various clashes. My mother's reaction was somewhat similar to my father's, but I could not help but think that it was all a put-on, an act, and that she truly did not want to see my uncle's library in the hands of a stranger. If she had but voiced her concerns, I may have changed my mind, or at least sold perhaps only half of the collection left to me. I informed her that I intended to keep my uncle's diaries and personal notes, but she simply shrugged whilst nursing a lukewarm cup of tea. My father made a comment about how they would best be used to kindle a fire, and we quickly moved on to the topic of what I would be doing with the money that was soon coming my way. I'll admit that when the day came for the doctor to collect the books, a cloud of regret had fallen over me. Despite the ludicrous amount of money that he was offering, I felt somewhat reluctant to part with my uncle's collection. These feelings of doubt, however, were quickly dispelled as a series of brisk rapping penetrated the quiet of my usual afternoon routine, and I opened my front door to welcome my visitor. Dr. Glass had an appearance wholly shocking and disturbing to me. Despite my familiarity with the grotesque and misshapen, he was both painfully thin and shockingly tall. Despite being bent over at the shoulder, he still towered over me by a clear foot. He had the complexion of a fresh corpse, blood drained and transparent, while his head was crowned by a thick head of bushy hair, raven black, despite his obvious advanced age. His clothes, too, were as distinct as the man himself, for he clearly dressed in the manner of a gentleman many decades removed from the current age we occupied. These fine clothes were, however, somewhat lost on the man, as his willow-like frame caused them to hang off of him like folds of dark, dead skin. This scarecrow of a man stood at my threshold, nodded, and extended a withered, crinkled hand, which I met, almost in a trace, with my own. I tried my best to not be repulsed by the doctor's winter-cold skin and long nails as our hands clasped, but I fear that a modicum of my discomfort must have been made apparent to the man as a cruel smirk broke across his features as I stepped aside to let him in. I watched as the vampiric form of the doctor entered my home, and another wave of anxiety washed over me. For the man whom I had just invited into my house was so far removed from what I imagined a cultivated, millionaire scholar to look like, that I half fancied a cruel hoax being played upon me. I had already prepared the collection, and they stood on a table in my living room wrapped in brown paper and string. Upon seeing the pile, the doctor turned to me with his pale gray eyes and spoke to me in a voice so frail and hollow that I had to strain to hear the shriveled syllables that emitted faintly from his thin lips. "Would you mind, sir, if I took the liberty of confirming the contents of those packages?" I nodded automatically, as if hypnotized by the man's voice, and watched in fright as he glided over to the table and used his long, gnarled talons to cleanly remove the brown paper, barring him from the prize that lay underneath. I watched the grim spectacle of the doctor using his sharp nails like some kind of organic letter opener and then greedily scooping up the books in his hands, flicking through their contents with the hungry gaze of a wild predator. Happy with his lot, he turned to me and, without even looking me in the eye, sharply withdrew a folded check from his waistcoat pocket and handed it to me. I unfolded it and was once again taken aback by the amount written upon it along with my name, and quickly placed it in the top drawer of my study desk with an obvious, avaricious celerity. Our business seemingly concluded, I regained my senses and offered the doctor some refreshment, which he took thankfully as he singled out a seat in my lounge and, with great effort, lowered his mummified body down onto. As I poured us both a cup of tea, he continued to plumb through his new acquisitions with a look of pure joy. It was a look that seemed out of place, and it was disturbing to see it grow upon his cold, rigid face. We talked at length for several hours, during which time he made several inquiries as to where I had acquired my collection, and I felt that he was trying his best to gauge just how much I knew about it. Being one of the world's worst liars, I couldn't bring myself to deceive the man who had given me such a huge fortune for some old books, and decided instead to tell him exactly where I had acquired the collection. I told him all about my uncle, the Graves family, and our Barton origins, along with the legends surrounding the Devil's Bog and the horrible fates that had befallen several of Damarascotta Hollow's children, the latter of which he did not seem entirely ignorant of. And he listened with interest as I reeled off the collection of even stranger relics that still sat waiting in my cellar to be catalogued. Upon hearing this, the doctor set aside his tea and asked politely if he could be permitted to look over these objects. As being knowledgeable of such things, he could quite possibly put me in contact with several antiquarians of his acquaintance who might be interested in purchasing them from me. I saw little reason to deny the man who had so generously secured my future and helped to lead him gently down into my cellar by one of his spindly arms. Upon reaching the bottom of the creaking stairs that had joined the cellar to my house, I stood back as he picked through the objects like a carrion crow looking for the juiciest parts of a rotten corpse. He ignored most of the artifacts before him, picking up several crystals and tossing them back dismissively before making his way to the back of the cellar where, covered in a dusty sheet, there stood a tall object that I had yet to bother with, and which he revealed at once dramatically with a swift, sharp tug. As the dirty, grayed sheet fell ignobly to the ground, the spectacle before us caused us both to pause slack, jawed before its horrid resplendence. For resting gently against the wall, there stood an object so magnificent and terrifying that neither of us could barely speak a word for several minutes, frozen as we were in complete awe. It was a mirror that stood some 7 feet tall and 3 feet wide. A perfect rectangle that was framed by the most amazing display of carved golden creatures, the like of which I had never seen. The frame was a collection of fish, crustaceans, octopods, and amphibians, all carved beautifully out of a spectral white gold. At either end of the mirror there sat a large carving of what at first appeared to be a mermaid and a merman, but on closer inspection the faces of these characters were not fully human, being instead a horrible amalgamation of fish, frog, octopus, and man. They danced and frolicked along the mirror's edge in such a vivid manner that they appeared to sway, as if caught in an invisible breeze, causing my head to spin slightly if I looked upon them for too long. The mirror itself was equally bizarre. A green-blue tint was washed over the glass, and even in the dim light of the cellar, it was obvious that it did not fully reflect the room back at us. Instead, it distorted our reflections in a wavy, sloshing manner that made it appear like we were instead looking upon our faces from a murky pond or pool. The doctor stood forward and ran his hands over the gold frame, and then shockingly, he gripped the tail of one of the carved mermen, and with great ease simply bent it and pulled it off. The metal fin he then worked over in his hands, rubbing it between his fingers where it molded and distorted like clay and not as any earthly metal should have. The plastic metal he then rolled into a ball and placed in one of his pockets. He then bent down with a grimace gesture and picked up the sheet to cover the mirror once more. He turned to me with clear concern etched over his gray face and suggested that we leave the cellar immediately and make for the lounge, where upon seating himself back down he requested some fresh tea and bid me sit with him. The doctor then proceeded to tell me such a fantastic and macabre story that I became dazed, swooning on occasion at the strange mysteries he was inducting me into. He spoke as if my uncle's collection of books were factual, containing within them all the lore of mankind and the millions of years that had rolled on before our race made the slow climb down from the trees. He spoke of extraterrestrial invaders who had once called the earth home, creatures that had seeped down from the stars and held dominion over our world, while man's most distant ancestors were still billions of years from appearing on the cosmic stage. These dreadful beings, gods compared to humanity, had experimented with life and an accident, had given birth to the ancestors of the human race. He spoke of the elder things, the old ones, the dreaded fungi of Yugoth, as well as the great race of Yith, all visitors to our small and lonely blue planet. He spoke also of the few remnants of this horrid mythology that could still be found swimming and plotting in the darkest reaches of our planet's oceans. This last point he spent much of his time elaborating upon, bringing out quotes and page references from Things of the Water, uttering those unspeakable names I had once glanced over myself: Cthulhu, Dagon, and Hydra, the last two of which had had their images carved into the mirror's frame, represented by the frogfish thing seated at either end of the disturbing object, a whole race separate from humankind, but also disgustingly intertwined with it, that lived undying in the dim reaches of the ocean bed, swimming through the slowly dissolving ruins of dead, sunken cities such as Dread, Yaha, and Flay, where the sun's rays fail to penetrate through the salty gloom. He spoke of an ancient pact made with these deep ones that resulted in a mixed heritage of human and something, and of the twisted families of Barton who carried this taint within their blood, the Graveses being but one. He spoke, too, about the mirror in my cellar, how occasionally the deep ones had made such a gift to the tribes of humans who had worshipped them and their old gods as a means of contacting the people below the waves, should they ever be needed in dire times or upon the approaching times of their disgusting, unholy rites. By the time the doctor had finished spinning his tale of antiquated horror, the hour had grown late, far too late for him to catch the last train back to Boston, and so, with a little reluctance, I assured him that a bed would be available for him in my guest room. He retired long before I did, for I found it difficult to sleep at all after hearing about the so-called Graves taint and how it connected with the things written down centuries ago within the books my uncle had kept and adored. Was Uncle Graves looking for something within those books? Was he looking for a cure to his condition, perhaps? Whatever he had uncovered from the tome, it had caused him to calmly walk beneath the waves of the freezing Atlantic Ocean without so much as a second glance back at the life he once lived. I do not know exactly what time I had fallen asleep on the couch, a half-empty glass of brandy still cradled in my hand, but I was aware of what had stirred me from the depths of my slumber. It had been a crashing sound, like something heavy falling down, and it had greatly disturbed the silence of the house. Blinking the fatigue from my eyes, I immediately thought of the doctor, and imagined, aged as he was, that he had left his bed in the night to make use of the facilities, and had fallen in the dark. Dancing up the steps lightly, I found the door to my guest room open widely, and upon inspection found no occupant within. Indeed, the bed looked like he had not been touched at all. I continued my investigation, finding no one in any of the upper rooms. Hurrying back downstairs, I made for the kitchen and was greeted by a source of light emitting from under the door leading to the cellar. Pausing as I touched the door handle, I took a moment to collect my thoughts. Just what was the doctor doing down there? I quietly opened the door and winced, as it made a light creaking noise, whatever misdemeanor the doctor was performing within my home. I was eager to catch him at it red-handed and without excuse. As I walked slowly down those rickety wooden stairs, I noticed that the light coming from the cellar was not from the bulb I had fitted, but instead from the far corner, and that it was no ordinary light, but a curious green gold that bathed the various artifacts and boxes in a sick phantom glow. The scene that greeted me was at once mesmerizing and terrifying, for the glow appeared to come from the mirror itself, which was lying flat upon the floor and not up against the wall as we had left it. The light immediately began to wane as I drew closer until it finally extinguished altogether, causing me to retreat to the stairs and turn on the electric light. As the orange bulb hummed into life, another scene invaded my senses and caused my heart to fly into a panic as bundled up against the wall before me, there lay the doctor, his limbs stiff and his face frozen in an agonizing, bulging-eyed fright. The doctor's lifeless hands were clawing at his own throat. A strange smell, like that of all the rotting debris found at the beach, penetrated the whole room, and with ultimate horror I noticed a set of wet, inhuman footprints, leading from where the mirror lay to where the doctor had expired. Carefully, I made my way down to the floor, where the terrible prints lay. The water that composed them was thick and gluey, and possessed an awful stench of the sea that made bile rise in my throat. Suddenly, the mirror caught my eye, and I half fancied I saw the surface of it ripple like disturbed water, as if something had just decided to spy upon me before quickly retreating. I must have then fainted, for the whole room around me slowly disappeared and a cloud of gray and merciful oblivion took me away from the cellar, the doctor's corpse, the smell of rotting driftwood, and the odious presence of the mirror. Of course, an investigation was carried out by the local constabulary, whom I had contacted as soon as my consciousness had returned from whatever restful place it had been slumbering. I was deeply worried that I would come under suspicion of foul play, but upon hearing that the doctor was paying me close to $1 million for some antique books, a fortune I would no longer be getting due to a dispute with his estate that I later became embroiled in, I was cleared of any wrongdoing. It was ruled that the doctor had suffered a heart attack and died of natural causes while looking around in the dank of my cellar, for whatever the reason the police force decided to conjure up in their follow-up report. I did not mention the mirror and lied when informing the police that the light of my cellar was on when I found the doctor's body. In truth, I had returned the mirror to its position, complete with covered sheet, before I had called the police, and had also taken the piece of gold from his pockets. I did this in order to deprive the police of a motive. but also because I simply had no desire for the mirror to come under anyone's scrutiny. Had I told a single living soul about strange, glowing, and disgusting seaside stenches attached to the grisly scene in my cellar, I had little doubt I would have been carted away and given a new home at Arkham Asylum. Thankfully, I still had plenty of time left before returning to work, so I was able to come to terms with the loss of my dreams and ambitions that the doctor's money would have afforded me. It was particularly crushing to have had such a fortune laid before me, only to have it cruelly snatched away, seemingly by one of my uncle's possessions. I had purposefully kept the thought of the mirror and of those dread footprints far out of my mind, but try as I might, they returned again and again to me, mainly at night when lost in the abyssal embrace of hypnosis. Again and again, the grotesque pantomime played out in my dreams, occasionally with extra details that had either been omitted from the original memory due to shock or added anew from the depths of my disturbed imagination. Sometimes the doctor was still on the cusp of life, spluttering out a blood-drenched warning and pointing at the mirror desperately in his last thrashing moments. Other times I witnessed his body slowly being dragged into the mirror as its glass surface splashed and rippled like water. Finally, on one terrible night, I had seen what I thought to be a huge flabby claw sinking back into the surface of the mirror with deliberate, lugubrious intent. This dream sickness soon became an invading presence in my life, and even when the time came for me to return to work, I would often be so fatigued from the stress of my nightmares that I would finish work early or call in sick on the days after I had experienced a strong session of the feverish night, haunted imaginings. I consulted my family doctor, who simply dismissed the dreams and prescribed me sleeping pills, which I soon discovered made my dreams more vivid, forcing me to discard them after just 2 nights. Desperate to starve off the midnight illusions that plagued my dreams, I took to consuming copious amounts of black coffee and spending my nights sat in my garden smoking cigarettes. However, this too did little to alleviate my condition, as the glowing stars looking down upon me took on a far more sinister meaning since my talk with the doctor and I quickly grew fearful of their incessant twinkling. This period of restlessness lasted for nearly a month, and resulted in me being fired from my job and losing what little human contact I had in my lonesome life. It was an irregular visit from my mother, however, that brought me out of my malaise and sharpened my focus once more. I confided in her all those things that Dr. Glass had told me on that fateful night, and watched her face remain unchanged throughout the entire revelation. Not so much a revelation for her, I felt. Surprisingly, she said very little and simply made a comment, while sipping a cup of tea in my garden, that such things had been said about the Graves family for years, as well as cursed Barton from whence our family came. She did admit that she knew very little of our family's roots and had almost no contact with relatives. She had practically raised herself, and it was my uncle who had cared for and spent most of his waking hours with their decrepit parents before they died. She then casually reminded me that a Graves had bought my grandparents' house, not long after I had been left it in my uncle's will, and I realized that I could perhaps alleviate myself of my uncle's possessions in the hopes it would calm my mind. A quick visit to Mr. Edmund and I was furnished with the name Eli Graves, some kind of distant cousin on my mother's side who had bought and moved into the rotting home my grandparents had dwelled within, and to which my uncle was left when they passed away. Not wishing to travel to Innsmouth on the chance that I would catch this relative at home, I instead sent a simple note detailing who I was, some details about Uncle Graves's books, and a description of the mirror. I asked if he knew any other details of our family's history that could help to shed some light on the strange occurrence that happened to Dr. Glass, and detail the strange effects that the mirror had played out in my cellar that dreadful night. In response to my inquiry, a sparse letter arrived asking me to come visit him at my grandparents' home at my earliest convenience. I wasted little time in heeding the summons and boarded the train from the nearest station in Newcastle towards Innsmouth the next day. At Eli's request, I had things of the water securely tucked away in a briefcase, along with many of my uncle's notes as I could carry. The train journey was pleasant enough, with changeovers at Boston and then Portland. Despite the usual foggy weather of New England, the countryside was still an open beauty to behold, and I allowed myself a few hours of respite as I drank in the dark green essence of its untamed rolling hills and feral marshlands. Eventually, the scenery gave way to the various villages and towns that precipitated the train's arrival in Innsmouth, and the greenery disappeared amidst the dull gray buildings and hotels of the seaside resort. Eli had no intention of meeting me at the station, and had instead given me instructions to call upon him at any time of day at my grandparents' home. He had expressed a dislike of the daylight, and I imagined that he too must be a victim of the sinister wasting disease that had afflicted my mother's parents in so gruesome a fashion. I had intended to make more of a day for myself in town whilst visiting Eli, but the autumn clouds and light rain do little to vitalize a tourist's hunger, and after a short 30-minute stroll around and a lunch at one of the many seaside cafes, I instead decided to make my way straight to the house on Main Street and see exactly what light my distant cousin could shed upon the macabre conundrum that had made its way into my life. Main Street was a street crowded by various bed and breakfast establishments and other tall, narrow buildings, nothing more than a simple row of heartless Victorian constructions that overlooked the crumbling coastline and rolling sea. I paused several times and overlooked the beaches on my way, allowing myself to fantasize morbidly over my uncle's suicide and final moments. That plump, naked, flabby body making its way to the water's edge, with as much momentum as its master could muster, and then a simple wade out to sea until his body finally gave into the cold grip of the sea and sank beneath the water. The wind around the coast was particularly ferocious, and it not only chilled me, but also carried upon it the seaside stenches of rotting crustaceans and slimy rocks, an aroma that caused my nighttime terrors to resurrect momentarily and persuaded me to finally move along and towards the home of Eli Graves. The house was sandwiched in between two bed and breakfasts, a tall 3-story building painted in a washed-out white with a rusting iron fence crowning the outside. Every single window visible was either boarded up or concealed with thick curtains. It appeared that Eli was a man who valued his privacy. Some simple stone steps lead up to the red-painted front door, the only source of color found on the entire building, but this was somewhat offset by the peeling paint that revealed a dull, cracked brown beneath. I was about to knock when I noticed a piece of card on the ground held in place by a bottle of milk that had most defiantly soured. A short message, or more accurately an order, was scribbled upon it in a poor but strangely familiar script. Folding up the card, I opened the front door, which was unlocked as per the note's description, and walked into the gloom of the narrow hallway. Like the outside, the interior of the home was much taller than it was wide, and the staircase presented before me appeared to lean oddly at the top, giving the illusion that the house was fatigued and resting upon its neighboring establishment for support. It was difficult to see much in the dark of the hallway. I tried to turn on the lights with a few flicks of the nearby switch, but to no avail. A doorway to my right led into what must have been a downstairs living room, and I proceeded to investigate. A bare wooden floor and not a scrap of furniture to be found. This, coupled with the thick sheets that had been crudely nailed into the window frame and were doing a superb job of keeping out the feeble light, was all the living room had to offer. I quickly established that this was not a home. It was a mausoleum. I was about to enter another room leading off from the back of my current whereabouts, a kitchen perhaps, when a series of loud, sharp knocks startled me and immediately made me look upwards to the source of their location. I will admit freely that this disturbed me greatly, and I wondered if I had perhaps left reality behind and stumbled onto the pages of the apocryphal ghost story. I froze like a rabbit confronted by the sight of a predator and waited in silence to see what would happen next. Again, the thumps pierced the silence I stood within, but this time I followed their source and stood at the bottom of the staircase, its thin, decayed carpet doing a poor job of concealing the dry rot beneath. Whatever courage I summed up must have come from the realization that I was here to see a member of my own family, not some moaning spirit wrapped in chains, and I smiled to myself in an effort to banish away the fear that had coiled its way into my heart. Surprisingly, the stairs made little noise as I ascended them as quickly as possible, jumping 2 steps with my stride until I arrived at the landing. Several doors lay before me, but only one was open, and from the room within I could hear a series of low wheezes and finally a sickly wet cough. With more than a little reservation, I knocked and gently pushed the door inwards. What greeted me was similar to the downstairs, a bare floorboard underfoot and a covered-up window frame, although that was not all to be found, as 2 chairs, large and crimson but covered in dust, had been placed in the center of the room, and sitting in one of them was a shadowy bundle of rags and worn clothing that at second glance contained the body of a man. It gestured towards 2 vacant chairs opposite, and I reluctantly obeyed, placing my briefcase down and taking off my hat. I could see very little underneath what I presumed to be my cousin's clothing. Even his face was concealed with a scarf, and a flat cap balanced ignobility upon his somewhat misshapen head. Words issued forth from my host's mouth, Impossible liquid words that were punctuated with wet coughs and struggling breaths. There was movement beneath that scarf, but not the simple parting of lips. A series of movements from the neck area, a restless movement of something opening and closing to the rhythm of his speech. The only parts of his body visible to me were the eyes, huge bulging eyes that stared at me unblinking and with focused malice. These bloodshot globes were not so much set within his head as leaked out of their sockets, some unseen force keeping their jelly from outright streaming down his face. Despite their obvious vulgarity, these repulsive gelatinous spheres were at once familiar and alien to me. The Graves look was obviously something I knew all too well, but to see it in such an advanced state and up close horrified me to my core. It took me several moments to recognize the words that Eli was forcing out of his mouth. "Have you the book?" he spoke, bandaged hands outstretched before me like a begging child. I nodded and picked up my case, clicking it open and passing him Things of the Water, along with my uncle's notes. He produced a pencil and started to write on the back pages of my uncle's diary, checking over the tome for some kind of unspoken reference, and occasionally looking up at me with his flowing frog spawn eyes. As he finished whatever notes he had written, he handed the books back to me, and we both simultaneously jumped as another series of bangs issued forth from the room above ours. He reached down to the side of his feet and produced a broom and lifted himself with great effort off the chair. With the bare end, he then struck the ceiling in response. I half fancied this some kind of coded message, for the series of strikes did not appear random, but some kind of perverse hidden code. When another set of bangs responded to his, this suspicion was confirmed. Eli, seemingly satisfied with this, waddled back to a seat and slung his body back down in a way that was also somehow sickeningly familiar to me. Leaning forward far too close for my comfort, he pointed upwards with his hand and gave a simple explanation. "You must forgive my sister. She has succumbed to our family's condition and is confined to her bed." I think I gave a nervous smile and a few words of sympathy, but I was far too transfixed upon the awful fish oil smell that secreted from his breath with every word. Perhaps noticing my discomfort, he leaned backwards awkwardly into his seat. "Sit, cousin. Sit. We have much to discuss, and my time in this world is fleeting. No doubt you have a dozen, maybe 100 questions dancing around that brain of yours. But you'll have to make do with what I tell you today. You got some answers from that doctor friend. But what does a stranger know of the affairs of a Graves? Only a Graves can help a Graves. Maybe a Gilman or a Wade or hell's even an Elliot might be able to tell you what is in store for you, but you have me instead. I bet you're curious as to why our family left Barton behind and came back to our ancestral home, aren't you? Well, you have those books. Books like this here, Things of the Water, to thank for that. Our great-granddaddy was a sorcerer, you see. Oh, you may laugh at such a thing, but I tell you it's the truth. A great sorcerer who could conjure up all manner of gods from the sky and the sea and have the angels of Cthulhu answer his calls. Others grew fearful of the power he had. Other Gravesees who had little power themselves and wanted his for themselves. Not interested in paying service to Dagon or Hydra or any other god, Granddaddy Graves used the names of the great old ones himself, without any priest of Dagon present. They forced him out, chased him and his Deep One bride out of Barton, along with their children, and forbid them ever to return. Why didn't the Order of Dagon have him killed? Well, who knows? Maybe they feared his power. Maybe they thought old Dagon himself would come to collect his due on the traitor. But it never happened. He paused momentarily to catch his breath, and I watched as he struggled for several minutes before continuing his horrid monologue. The mirror could be another reason. Granddaddy had made the thing himself as a way to commune with the gods of the sea, and to look in on his family who had made the change and swam beneath the waters outside of Barton. Who knows what bargains he had made with the Deep Ones. I reckon Barton folk and the Order feared another uprising like the one in 1846 should they act against him and just let his and his kin be. So to Innsmouth he came, where he kept his books and said his prayer spells to Dagon and Cthulhu every Hallows Mass and Walpurgis and carried on the Graves line, making new deals with the Deep Ones through the mirror, and bringing in other families to mix blood with them old sea devils. Oh, you'd be surprised by how many round these parts carry the blood of the Deep Ones in them, and how many make the change and swim to the depths of Yahanfle to dance and frolic with Dagon in the dark. I'll be making that trip soon myself. Me and my sister will walk down to the water and keep on walking, just like your uncle, my daddy, did those years ago. I can see you looking more confused, cousin. Did you think that Lawrence Graves had no kin other than you and your mother? He's a Graves, after all, and had to take a mate among the deep ones, just like we all do, just like your mother did. Your mother was already carrying you in her when she met that man calling himself your father on the beach all those years gone. You'll change, just like I'm changing, just like your uncle changed. Your mother doesn't seem to be making a change, but the blood of Dagon is stronger in our men, I guess. You just say those words I've wrote down in that book. You say them when and where it tells you to say them, and you'll get those answers you seek. He said nothing more, and I waited for several minutes, just in case fatigue had caused him to pause for breath. But he did not say anything more on the matter. Perhaps knowing that what he had added to the diary was all I truly needed to know. As I pondered the last few months of my life, a series of horrid realizations began to creep over me, and I suddenly wished to be outside, away from the bundled menace before me. I managed to muster enough will to lift myself off the chair and pick up my belongings. He watched my every movement as I backed my way towards the door. As I slowly exited the room and began to descend the narrow staircase, one final sentence barked out at me from the obnoxious fish-stench room and chilled me. Graves' blood is thick in your veins, cousin, and you'd best prepare yourself for the change. These last words were met with more wheezing and coughing, but also a guttural and mocking laugh. And by the time I regained my senses, I was outside the house and underneath the gray clouds once more. I staggered back to the train station like a piece of debris caught in the breeze, and once the train was in full gallop back to Damariscotta Hollow, I summoned up the courage to look over the additions Eli had made to the diary. The instructions were clear, but also baffling. A ritual of sorts. I hoped, perhaps vainly, that following through on my cousin's scribblings would grant me some measure of peace and closure. Upon returning home, I started to make the necessary preparations for unearthing the truth about the Graves look, gathering the notes and formula outlined in Eli's notes. I had no wish to visit the Devil's Bog, to walk beneath the cypress trees as the silver light of the full moon bathed all around me in a chilling glow, but I did. I had no desire either to stumble or struggle through the mud and filth of the marshland on All Hallows Eve in the direction of my uncle's home, but this too I did. I had made all the preparations as instructed to me by Eli Graves, whose handwriting had been so oddly similar to my uncle's. The mirror, Dagon's mirror, had been removed from my cellar and once again brought back to the crumbling cabin, placed on the floor of the largest room just as it had been on that dreadful night that still haunted my dreams. The significance of the moon and date had been clearly set down for me, although I had the option of waiting for Walpurgis night in April to work the old magic of Barton. I simply could not wait that long for the truth. It had to be tonight. The moonlight was strong enough to illuminate my path to the cabin, but regardless, I brought along my flashlight and supplemented Luna's gaze with my own feeble cone of light. Through the blackness I shambled, making no effort to conceal my coming from the various marshland beasts who hunted during the hour of the wolf and beyond. I half fancied all manner of specters and phantoms awaiting me in the swamp, the ghosts of little Maggie Cooper and Jamie Thornton, along with every other miserable soul claimed by the bog formed before my vision, dancing in and out of my sight among the trees. Suddenly, the cabin came into view, a leaning, rotting husk that looked more like a disused garden shed than an actual home. Surrounded by leaning cypress trees and sitting in a circle of black blasted earth, my uncle's home stood in defiance of the repugnant nature that desperately sought to reclaim the wooden structure. It was crowned with strange, diseased orange fungus and furry rugs of crawling vines. Insects gathered all around the cabin, feeding with indignity upon the fleshy pulp of the clinging mushrooms, occasionally pulling themselves away to dance frantically within the illuminated cone of my flashlight. The entrance to the sagging structure was not barred, and I entered into the main room of the cabin and was immediately greeted by the golden mirror lying flat upon the decomposed floorboards. Above, a crude skylight had been fitted into the flat roof. I say skylight, but it was nothing more than a trapdoor that opened readily and eagerly once the single rusted iron bolt that held it in place had been relieved from duty. The ceiling door swung open, creaking like a walking corpse, and eventually came to a rest after swaying for a few seconds. A wash of moonlight came streaming through the opening and hit the mirror's surface. Rather than reflect off the glass, the light instead beamed directly into the mirror, drawn into it by some unseen force that then expanded the light, illuminating the whole cabin so much that my flashlight lay forgotten on the ground by my feet. I dropped to my knees in horrid awe and unconsciously crawled closer and closer to the mirror's glowing edge. Once more, the terrible forms of Father Dagon and Mother Hydra, carved in gold and glaring menacingly in my direction, came into view, and I hesitated slightly before finally resting my gaze upon the vision that had patiently been waiting for me. A vision hinted at by Dr. Glass and my cousin. A terrible legacy that even now must be swimming through my veins and transmuting my form with languid but irreversible taint. Had this been what Jamie Thornton had stumbled upon all those years ago? Had he seen the truth of Uncle Graves' heritage, and as a result, suffered a mental shutdown caused by his feeble lizard brain rebuking the awful reality of the Graves look? It is difficult for me to write down exactly what I saw in the mirror that night, but for the sake of all humanity and for those who will come after, I will try. By the time anyone finds and reads this, I will no longer be a resident of Damerscotta Hollow. I will be changed and at home among the briny depths and salt-soaked stones of the deepest gulfs of horror imaginable. For I kneeled perplexed, transfixed at the scene playing out before me in the ocean grotto where the fish things frolicked and swayed amid cyclopean ruins, dancing blindly and madly to a silent alien beat. The fungoid, flabby creatures prostrated themselves before the eroded edifices of Father Dagon and Mother Hydra, and to the colossal statue of Lord Cthulhu that towered over the whole sickly affair. Except the statue was not a statue. It was alive and moving, overseeing its baying subjects in their chaotic worship. A tentacular titan, pleased with the spectacle around it. They danced and copulated and tore each other to pieces as the assembly reached such hideous heights of frenzy that I was sure I would be sucked through the mirror and into the icy salt water of Yahanithle. But this disgusting pantomime being played out before my senses paled in horror compared to the realization that one of the creatures possessed a visage so familiar to me that I mercifully passed out as my mind recalled its likeness. For the newest addition to the throng of the fish things wore the face of my uncle Lawrence Raymond Graves. He who had sought the embrace of the Atlantic Sea, not in order to end his life, but instead to take his place among the deep ones, as all men who bear the Graves name must one day do. Valentine's unsent shadow. I had managed to keep a healthy skepticism of ghost schools and all things supernatural until I was 27. I found most claims of such things to be dubious at best and harmful at worst. I was very much in the camp of the classical sciences, as I had studied physics at the University of Pennsylvania several years ago. My profession has never taken me back to that scientific arena. I had until this time maintained a ruthless opposition to pseudoscience and superstition. My friends often wonder about the change that they saw in me at the time. What surprised them was that it wasn't a slow, steady change of heart, but rather a complete turnaround overnight. A transformation, if you will. It may have appeared as if it occurred so very quickly, but in fact it happened over a slightly longer timescale, 2 weeks to be precise. It was February. In fact, it was the week of Valentine's Day. Around this time, I was going through a socially isolated phase. I hadn't been sleeping well. By 6 in the morning, even though it was a Sunday and I could for once have a long lie-in, I conceded defeat in my attempts to have a proper rest and got up to greet the world, however reluctantly. The cold January air stung my face. A slight mist had risen out of the Schuylkill River, making it feel all the more colder as I passed through the narrow lanes and down empty pavements, entirely oblivious to where I was going. My wandering mind had indeed taken over, for as I broke through the haze of a daydream, I found myself standing at the gates of Christ Church Burial Ground. I had been thinking of turning back and heading home, but something about this place awoke a compulsion in me. I had to explore it. I found it curious that the gates, constructed out of blackened steel rods, were lying unlocked as early in the day as this. Entering the cemetery, I immediately noticed the overall isolation of the place. I enjoyed the sound of gravel under my feet, which pierced the silence as I moved slowly along a path littered with small white stones. It wasn't a large graveyard. It seemed to consist of 2 separate plots, but the older graves in the front, bordering the fence and gate, filled backwards up onto a diminutive nearby hill, where more recently deceased residences lay. The oldest graves bore the weathered scars of age. I found one which was dated 1776, but the epitaph was illegible. I felt a sadness staring at the headstones, wondering about who it belonged to, and indulgently contemplating myself as a forgotten or lost soul. Eventually I moved off, wandering up the hill toward the newer graves. I found myself drawn to a large old sycamore tree, which loomed over several graves below it with an almost protective demeanor. I stared at one of the headstones, reading the words but not registering them, as my mind was engulfed by yet another daydream. The grave stood out somewhat from those around it. The headstone was white in color, while those who accompanied it were forged out of a deep black marble. Without thinking, I ran my hand over the smooth stone, feeling the occasional marks of the elements upon it. At the foot of the headstone lay a small innocuous vase. It was made of a brownish metal copper, I assumed, as the surface exhibited small veins which were blue in color due to its exposure to the weather. As I stood there, something rose up out of my mind, something which bothered me greatly. At first, I didn't know what it was. I was experiencing it merely as a low, growling sense of discomfort. As the feeling of unease reached a crescendo, I suddenly realized what was wrong. The name on the grave was Lily Harper. I knew that name. I knew that name well. Everyone in the local area did. I had known her when I was growing up, as we went to the same school together. She was someone that I watched from afar, full of life and exuberance, while I was shy, reclusive, and reserved. I possessed that intense infatuation and desire for her only a first love can produce. The words on her headstone came into sharp focus. Age 15. I was overcome with a tremendous sense of grief and loss, one which took me entirely by surprise, so much so that I had to leave that place. I just couldn't bear it. As someone who prides himself on being level-headed and immune to flights of fancy, I couldn't shake the profound unease which often comes with outrageous coincidence. I exited the graveyard as quickly as possible and headed home, ignoring the now cluttered Philadelphia streets. I did not look back. Over the following few days or so, I was preoccupied. I was overworked and was having trouble sleeping, but that was not unusual for me. But what was unusual was the immovable thoughts and memories of Lily Harper, thoughts which now stayed with me wherever I would go. I had been terribly affected by her death, as we were only 15 years old at the time, but that was over a decade ago, and I had not thought of her for many years. It was as if seeing the gravestone had awoken a sense of loss, a sense of pain, which I had managed to bury so far deep inside me that I had persuaded even myself to forget it. A cacophony of memories now haunted me, beautiful and terrifying. At any one moment, I would be exhilarated by the thought of her smile, her hair, her kindness. At the very next, engulfed by despair at the image of her lying under 6 feet of the cold and alone. Once full of life, now a decaying husk, which had long ago housed that beautiful soul. If I had told anyone of how I felt, they would have called me overly emotional or sentimental, for the fact remained I barely knew Lily. Watching her for years across the classroom, I imagined myself talking with her, sharing those intoxicating moments which mean so much to a teenager. The first connection with someone that you adore, the first feeling of being loved, the first kiss. I had in fact hardly ever spoken to her until only a few weeks before she died. In one of those embarrassing maneuvers which teachers often pull, the pupils were all forcibly partnered with someone to take our first social dance. Social dances were a torrid affair for someone like me. For Lily, it was fun and to be enjoyed all. For me, it was something to be detested. I was embarrassed, possessing none of the talent to be a dancer, and even more so afraid to spend time with a girl, held back by my own teenage awkwardness. There was the end of July, and Lily quickly set me at ease in the social dancing class where we practiced. I cannot convey the sense of joy and fear which I felt when she asked me to walk her home that day. Some people find social interactions to be exhausting, much like myself, always worried about saying the wrong thing. But some individuals can set others at ease with the smallest effort. Lily was one of those people, and we walked across the elegantly arched Walnut Street Bridge towards her house. The winter sun bathed our surroundings in a cool, comforting glow. I couldn't have been more content to be in the presence of this happy, kind-hearted girl. She was so beautiful, with an incredible smile and golden locks of hair, which seemed more at home in a fairy tale than in our surroundings. For weeks, we walked that same route home every day, talking, laughing, something I rarely did, and growing ever closer. Near that age, everything is so potent. One can fall in and out of love in a heartbeat. I didn't have many friends. I lived alone with my mother, who was not particularly affectionate, so in that short time I fell in love with Lily Harper. On the 13th of February, we stopped outside of her house. We stood talking for a moment, and then for the first time, Lily became distant. She stared straight at me in a way that she had never done before. I felt uneasy, yet exhilarated. There was a moment, a tiny moment, when we said nothing to one another, and she hugged me. Her fingers slipped through my hair. I will never forget how sweet she smelled, how alive she felt, and how grateful I was to someone for showing me a kindness I had never previously known. Lily slowly let go of me and skipped up to her front door. Just before she disappeared, she turned and smiled at me one more time. Then she was gone. Immediately, I knew what I was going to do. For the first time in my life, I was full of purpose and focus, a desire to do just one thing. I ran as fast as I could to the local stores. I was lucky, as most of them were shutting up for the day. A kind old man who ran a rarely used old card store allowed me into his shop, even though he was just closing. I was going to buy my very first Valentine's Day card. It had to be perfect. It had to be just right. And after looking at almost every card I could afford, I found one. It was fate. The card was red with a white circle in the middle. And in that circle was a boy and a girl walking hand in hand into the distance together. I didn't care what it said inside, because I had always had a way with the written word, and I knew that I could put something down which came from the heart. I bought it, and after leaving the card shop, I went straight to my local corner store. I'd kept aside my last $2. My mother gave me an allowance to buy my lunch at school every week, and I knew that she wouldn't give me more should I spend it, despite it meaning I would have to go without lunch for a few days. I bought a box of chocolates to accompany the card. I rushed home. I walked straight past my mother, who barely glanced at me, grabbed a pair of scissors from the kitchen, and went upstairs. I knew I would get into unbelievable amounts of trouble for it, but I didn't care. I cut a slither of material from the red curtain hanging in my mother's room and tied that makeshift ribbon around the box of chocolates. In my mind, it now looked like a Valentine's gift. I wrote in the card explaining how I felt about Lily and how much those walks home had meant to me, signed it, sealed the envelope, and slid it under the ribbon so that it sat nicely with the chocolates. I waited for the next day. It came all too slowly, the 14th of February. I'll never forget the excitement of getting ready for school. I took one last look at the chocolates and card before slipping them into my bag. I think I made it a little too obvious that I was carrying something important and delicate, as I cradled the whole bag in my arms for most of the day. Oh, so enthused, so focused that I was going to march straight up to Lily and give her the gift without a care for what the others, some of whom could be very cruel, would think. She was not there. She wasn't in the playground. She wasn't in her classes for the subjects we shared. I just sat and stared at her empty desk and chair. School finished. I found myself walking the same route Lily and I would, normally. I stood outside her house, holding the chocolates. I can't describe the feeling I experienced there. Call it the effects of a lack of food or the exhaustion of having been so primed for the day, but anxiety took me, and as a result, I couldn't bring myself to knock on the door. I went home dejected. I couldn't so much as eat a bite of the uncooked ham my mother threw down in front of me, so I simply went upstairs and crawled into bed, barely sleeping all night. But the next 2 days, I walked that same route, and found myself holding on to those chocolates, not daring to cross the threshold of the little white fence in front of Lily's house. On the third day, I asked our teacher about Lily's absence, something which had just occurred to me to do. I associated any authority with being cold, distant, and unfair, and as a result, normally avoided contact with my teacher at any cost. Mr. Ellis, our history teacher, told me that Lily had come down with a bad fever and was very ill. She could be off for weeks, but this news made me resolute. I was going to knock on her door, and knock on her door was just what I did. I knocked and knocked and knocked and knocked, but no one answered. The next day, I did the same, and again no one answered. It had now been 5 days since I had seen Lily. It was a Saturday, and once again, I was over to Lily's house, chocolates and cards in hand, and as I approached her house, the sky clouded over, casting a dull hue over Lily's seemingly deserted street. It was clear to see that Lily's father was not a gardener. The garden path split an overgrown and patchy lawn into clambering weeds, stretching up towards the sun through numerous cracks in the concrete slab. I stopped to look around and focus my gaze on what seemed to be a smallish gnome figure smothered in the undergrowth. It had sadly been broken. Many suggest that when something's wrong, a person knows. They may not be aware of precisely what has happened, but that they can almost feel a palpable sense of dread in the air. I looked around and continued towards the front door. Something was different. I was sure that the house seemed as deserted as it had on the previous days that I had visited, and while the house was, for all intents and purposes, exactly the same as before, there was one change. The front door was open. I was convinced that it had been shut when I had arrived, but I had dismissed this as simply the byproduct of my fascination with the condition of Lily's garden. You see, I can't quite explain it, but there was something suffocating about the house on that quiet street. I reached the door and grasped the door knocker, chapping 3 times. No answer. I repeated my knocks more forcefully this time, but still, no one came. The door was only slightly ajar, and as such I couldn't really see much of the interior. All I could tell was that the house was dark, and the air escaping to the doorway was musty, as if nothing had stirred inside for days. I started to feel nervous. I didn't really know why. Clearing my throat and stammering slightly, I called out, "Hello?" I said several times, but there was no answer. The street was empty, and the whole place felt devoid of life. Then a thought began to ruminate, gathering momentum within me. What if Lily and her father were hurt? I started to play out all the possibilities in my mind, and 2 of them lying somewhere in the house injured without food or water for days. Then I remembered that my history teacher had said Lily was ill. He must have spoken to someone to know this. Probably Lily's father. I hoped that she was not so sick that her father had taken her to the hospital. Despite the logic of my thoughts, I still could not dismiss that horrible feeling that something was indeed wrong. Fear began to grip me, yet I closed my eyes only for a moment and found the memory of Lily's embrace. All the solace I needed to overcome it. I held on tightly to the card and chocolates as I pushed the door fully open. It moved silently, but I was sure the noise of it hitting a doorstop on the floor would alert anyone to my presence, as the loud bang echoed through the house. But still, no one came. The house was bathed in darkness. I took one last look around me and crossed the threshold. While Lily did not come from an affluent family, the house had an upstairs and must have been at least 4 bedrooms with an attic. Perhaps the fact that Lily was an only child made the house seem all the larger or emptier, but as I slowly made my way down the hallway, I felt as if each footstep echoed throughout the distant passage and robes. Beginning with the living room on the ground floor, I moved from room to room, occasionally asking if anyone could hear me, but I quickly became aware that I was only talking to myself. The air was stiflingly hot, and running my hand across the radiator, I realized the boiler there must have been on for some time. As I moved into the kitchen at the rear of the house, I heard something. There was an almost rhythmic dull thudding. I couldn't identify what it was, but I knew that it was coming from somewhere upstairs. I left the kitchen, which I was glad to do, as it was filled with the smell of rotting food, and walked to the foot of the stairs. The staircase was quite narrow, and ran along the inside of a wall. At the top of the stairs was a landing which curved round to the left and led onto the other rooms. The dull thudding was not more pronounced. As I slowly climbed the stairs, the same fear which had gripped me at the door returned. The realization of wandering into someone's house uninvited came to the fore. Stopping for a moment, I closed my eyes and thought of Lily again. I continued on. As I reached the top of the stairs, the thudding noise stopped. I shuddered now, even just thinking of it. There were 3 doors leading to the other bedrooms, and one leading to a bedroom which I could already see was empty. The door to the first bedroom lay open. I peered in slowly, almost expecting to find someone there. There was no one. It was Lily's father's room, not organized with almost no objects of any note. The only curiosity was that the curtains were not drawn. The door to the second room was closed. Again, I was overcome with a sense of intrusion. I was walking around inside someone's house without invitation. In fact, I was a trespasser. I knocked on the door quietly, waiting for a moment. I realized the room must have been empty and turned the brass handle on the door. It opened. As I pushed the door, it creaked, and then suddenly stopped after only a few inches of movement. Something was behind the door. I pulled it towards me, then pushed again with no luck. With each attempt, the wooden door bashed off of something. I suddenly became aware of the noise I was making, as each attempt echoed through the house. It was not dissimilar to the thudding that I had heard before. I tried one more time, pushing against the obstacle as hard as I could. No luck. I was about to give up and move on to the next door when I saw what was blocking my entrance. I'll never forget that cold, glassy stare of the face, which seemed to be peeking out from behind the bottom of the door. The skin was pallid gray, a few retreating locks of hair covering an otherwise balding head. Globes of sweat congealed under most of its features were obscured by the door, but the only visible eye still stared, clouded and covered in shadow. I didn't scream, because I quickly realized that not only was this the face of Lily's father, but he was very much dead. I felt numb, but looking back, I realized I handled the situation much more calmly than many of my age would. But then, I did have a strange fascination for such things, reading many accounts of quite horrific death scenes. I stared for a moment, composed myself, then instantly turned to thoughts of Lily and where she might be. Was she in the same room? Was she in the attic? All I could hope for was that she was okay. Something happened. An event which I have to this day repressed, ignored, and avoided as much as I possibly could. Something which shook me to the core. Something which I never told a soul. The face staring up at me through the gloom-filled gap in the doorway moved. At first, it was only slight, and I disregarded it as the effects of shock. Then it moved again. Suddenly, the door began to shake violently, as if being punched and kicked by the body lying behind it. The head turned upwards, and as the cracking of rigor mortis from the neck struggled against each sharp and vigorous movement, a putrid gurgling sound gasped out, enraged from deep within the bloated throat. I closed my eyes. I was sure it was not real. The banging stopped and the house fell once again into silence. I let out a sigh of relief and opened my eyes. What I saw, I can barely describe now. The face had moved upwards from behind the door to be level with mine. The door shook and rattled under the strain as its venomous attacker tried to claw and batter its way through. Finally, the face pushed and squeezed through the gap in the door, revealing its repulsive, loathsome features in their entirety. Dead swollen with clotted blood, gasping relentlessly for air, all the time staring straight at me through the hate-filled eyes with lips pulled back over, teeth gritted together, grinding against one another in wretched hatred. I do not remember much of what took place after that. Perhaps I'm glad to. I know I escaped it. I know that I ran home, confused, crying, and babbling like a madman. I also know one more thing. While the memory has been pushed so deep inside that I can barely recognize it, I know whatever was in that room slipped through the gap in that doorway, stepped through, and grabbed me. How I escaped, I did not know. The truth is more horrifying than I could have imagined. Lily's father had lost his job a couple of weeks earlier, and as bills mounted, combined with the pressure of looking after his only child, he snapped, and the police entered the house. They found poor, sweet Lily's body in the cellar. Her wrists were tied to a radiator. She'd been strangled to death. After killing his daughter, Lily's father had then gone upstairs and hanged himself in a room. After a few days of hanging there, the cord he used to choke the life from himself seemed to have snapped. The police found his body slumped behind the bedroom door. The door was open. As time eroded the memory via explanation of these events, altered it greatly through my years of study at school and then university. I read of psychological pressures. No trauma could bring about vivid hallucinations. I convinced myself that I had found Lily's father dead, and that shock had produced the rest of the experience, no matter how real it felt. The idea that her corpse, twisted by rage and hate, perhaps even by the love I felt for his daughter, could somehow come back to life and attack the living just did not fit in with my scientific and aesthetic understanding of the world. I dismissed the entire experience, but one thing had still managed to haunt me until I managed to hide it from myself. The police had reported that Lily had been tied up for a couple of days before she was killed. The date of her death was recorded as the 15th of February. She had been in that cellar, tied up, frightened yet alive, when I'd come by to give her her Valentine's gift. But the memory of that contorted face rising up through the doorway was nothing compared to the knowledge that had I gone into her house that day, that maybe, just maybe I could have saved her. Yeah, I was a child, but I could have done something. I grew up, but I never felt that love again. That feeling of connection with another human being. I developed an unhealthy attachment to my own company and found myself more interested in burying my head in textbooks than perhaps meeting others or even falling in love. The friends that I did have were never that close to me, nor did they ever truly understand who I was. Seeing Lily's grave had brought it all flooding back to me. Those stolen memories, that thing in the house, her death. The funny thing is that of all those memories, both traumatic and precious, the one thought which would not leave me was the Valentine's gift that I never gave. While I still hoped that the dead thing in Lily's house was of my own imagination, in that the world was still very much material, lacking in the spiritual, I still felt the need to rectify this. I had kept the card all those years. In many ways, it was both my most cherished and loathed possession. Cherished for the memories which it drew up from within me, and loathed for the same reason. On the morning of the 14th, I walked through the brick-paved streets of Philadelphia towards Lily's resting place. On the way, I stopped at a little corner store and picked up a box of chocolates. On my first visit, I wandered there by accident, vaguely negotiating each street in a daze. But this time, I was focused, resolute. Sentiment is a curious thing, and it had encouraged me to keep not only the card but also the ribbon I had made for the chocolates. When I entered the graveyard, I gazed towards that lonely hill where she lay. I felt hesitant because I didn't want to leave the gift by her graveside, but more so because I did not know the extent to which the feeling of remorse, sadness, and bitter nostalgia would overcome me again. Nonetheless, I took a moment and then made my way up over the white path, up towards the hill, up towards her. There, I stood. The sun was still relatively low in the sky, and it cast long, contorted, and exaggerated shadows over everything. After standing there for what seemed like an age, I pulled out the ribbon, tied it carefully around the box, and placed the chocolate and card against the cold headstone. I don't know if I said anything at the time. I probably didn't, as I was still convinced that she wasn't there to hear me. Then once your loved one has passed away, they are gone forever. That death is the end. I do know that I cried. I cried like I hadn't since I was a child. I fell to my knees and buried my head in my hands. I was inconsolable. Those moments of utter sadness, utter despair at the coolness of life, and what it had done to beautiful Lily, were the last I had as a true skeptic. For as I knelt there, the wind blew gently through the graveyard, gently caressing those stone markers of loss and those who attended them. I had heard and read about people having a religious or spiritual experience, and while I cannot truly accept other testimonies, I can say that what I felt at that moment was profound, an achingly beautiful feeling of companionship and love. I looked around. No one was there, but I felt that someone was. I tried to shake the feeling off, as my mind was simply playing tricks on me, but no matter how much I tried to stick to that interpretation of events, I simply could not do it. That feeling shared a twin emotion I had only once ever felt that way before, when Lily hugged me that last time I saw her. As the sensation washed over me, I realized that I had truly been searching for the same feeling again, but never found it until that moment. I stood up, wiped my eyes, touched the gravestone as if to say goodbye. I walked to the graveyard entrance with a smile which stretched from ear to ear. Something anyone who knows me will tell you is extremely unusual. When I reached the gate, I glanced once more at that hill, which, for me, was no longer a sight of loneliness, but one of love and friendship. The second and last time I can say that I have ever seen a ghost was at that moment, for standing up on the hill beside Lily's grave was the blurry image of a young girl in a pink social dance dress. I did not run to the grave, because I knew I didn't have to. She waved slowly at me and then disappeared behind a gravestone. I walked home. I felt full, joyful, and exuberant. It's almost impossible to describe that experience by the gravestone. Perhaps completeness will do for now, but even that won't convey it. Friends wonder what happened to me around that time. The truth is that I found something I did not know was missing. Some hearing this may think that I found my faith, but it wasn't that at all. What I found that day was companionship and acceptance from the only person that I'd ever truly loved. I knew from that day onward that the world was a far more mysterious and wonderful place than I could have ever possibly imagined. I knew that I would never fear being alone. For when I go wandering through the streets of Philadelphia and find myself on a quiet stretch of road, I smile to myself, knowing that if I listen carefully, I can hear the footsteps of Lily, that girl I loved so deeply when I was a child, walking with me wherever I go. Something strange about the alerts. Emergency alert. This is not a test. Immediate threat for residents of Sherman County. Be wary of severe winds, lightning, severe rain, and flash floods. Residents are advised to stay indoors. Please barricade all entryways into your house. Refrain from using any devices that emit light or loud noise. Please enter a room with no windows. Effective indefinitely. Issued by the National Weather Service. This was the message that greeted me in the middle of an episode of The Big Bang Theory in my living room. Frozen halfway through a forkful of Kraft mac and cheese, I sat up straight and turned around to look out the window. The sky there, I thought, was crystal clear. A few clouds, but nothing crazy. No rain, no thunder, nothing. Confused, I turned off the TV and reread the alert on the screen. But then my 2 dogs came walking over, and I patted them on their heads. One of my dogs, the other's brother, was shaking profusely from the buzzing noise that always accompanies Amber Alerts and the like. I left them in the living room and walked through my kitchen and out onto the front porch. My neighbors were standing outside their houses, all looking at the sky in amusement. An immediate threat? It didn't seem like it, I thought. Just as my phone started buzzing with the same tone, one by one, everyone else's phones began ringing. I should explain to my guests. I've never experienced a severe weather warning like this for real, not once in my life. I suppose it should come as no surprise, seeing as I live in Grass Valley of all places. Maybe it was just a mistake. But just as the thought floated across my mind, I heard the siren. This is not a drill, it blared. Please enter your homes immediately. Do not go outside under any circumstances. Never the kind of guy to ignore higher authorities, I entered my house nervously. I turned off all the lights on the above-ground floor and took my dogs into the basement with a sleeping bag, some food, my phone, the charger, some spare batteries, a flashlight, and other essentials. I called my brother, who lives a couple of blocks away, and asked if he had gotten the message. He had. I considered saying we should stay together and wait out the storm, but then I figured we'd probably get in trouble for that, so I hung up. I got comfortable in my sleeping bag and started browsing Reddit. Eventually, I fell asleep. I was under stress and had woken up pretty early. When I woke up, I realized I still didn't hear any rain. Seriously, there's nothing at all. More confused than ever, I decided to check if the alert had been called off. I turned on my phone and called my brother again. It went straight to voicemail, so I gave up. I decided to risk it and go upstairs. I had to squeeze between the door and the wall to keep my dogs from following me, but I succeeded, and they stayed in the basement. I walked through my kitchen to the front door and peered out the window as I cracked it open to see outside in the dark. The strange thing was, it was only 2 p.m., and judging by my clock, the TV flickered briefly. I looked around, and it flickered again. But this time, every device on the ground floor flickered. Thinking little of it, I turned around and looked through the door again. Every house on the block had its lights turned off. Nobody was outside, except for one teenage girl. A thin, short-haired girl wearing what looked like a pillowcase. She walked unsteadily down the street very slowly, as though she was having some difficulty. I turned around, now extremely confused and worried. I grabbed the dog's food bowls, which I had forgotten earlier. When I looked up, one of the houses, the one diagonally across from mine, right next to the house across the street and to the left, had its lights on, and one of the windows was broken. I shuddered and rushed back into the basement as the lights flickered intensely. I walked to the basement door and sat on an old, tattered couch that I had brought down here. The basement is where I stash everything I don't have room for upstairs, so it's packed. No, yeah. I forgot to mention something that may be worth noting. I live in a small town. A very small town. Probably with a population of under 500, more or less. As a matter of fact, it isn't even on most maps. We never have any news. We never have any scandals or anything. This is the first interesting thing that's happened, I think, since Mrs. Hargrove's dentures went missing to a raccoon. So it's possible this whole thing seems way worse than it is. Call me crazy, but until a few minutes ago, I was thoroughly enjoying myself. I love these scenarios, and my basement is totally secure, so I was having the time of my life. Well, I was, until I decided to turn on the radio. Well, what harm could it do, I thought, as long as I didn't turn the volume up high, right? I was surprised to find our local radio station still up and running. They were talking about the weather, so I listened hard for any news I hadn't heard. There wasn't any. They were just as confused as we were. Not wanting to listen to crazy pop music, I switched to another station, one I hadn't heard before. Sherman. The status of the county? Over. No developments. Okay, any fatalities? Over. What part of no new developments do you not understand? Hi. A squad called the passenger. Soon to scan the area for the target. No. Any word from HQ? Ellis? Normally? Not yet. Not since the L-13. For starters, let me know if they contact you. At that point, I lost the signal. Not really. But the connection got so weak I could barely make anything out. I figured I must have just stumbled onto a police communication channel, and I was left with no answers whatsoever. That's about 45 minutes ago, as of me recording this now, guys. I don't know what's going on. Joe, any of you live near me? So now, if you received the warning, right? I'd say what county I live in, which ones were affected. But I don't know, for privacy reasons. Anyway, I'll keep you guys updated, okay? Until then, wish me luck. Just a quick update, before the major one. About 5 minutes ago, a car alarm went off somewhere to the right of my house. Too freaked out to go check it out, but I'll go up and see how it looks tomorrow morning. I'll update you then. Okay, yes. Okay again. I know I left off the last update with a bit of a cliffhanger, but I'm back now, and I want to say that, so far, I'm okay. I have a lantern, light, and enough food to last until tomorrow afternoon. Maybe tomorrow night. The dogs are doing good, better than me in any event, and we're currently just lying low. I don't even want to risk going upstairs to get more food. Also, I don't really know what my thoughts are on the radio incident. If 013 wanted to get in, surely she could have by now. Unless she's like one of those old-fashioned vampires who can't enter without permission, and I think my neighbor would disagree with that notion. No, speaking of the radio, I did manage to tune in to the people I've been listening to. I got better reception than last time, but I still don't have much more information to go by. Anyway, here's what I heard. Hello? Hello, Officer McKay? It's present. Over. Calling me? Hey, this is Sloan over. Sloan? Oh, are you ever a sound for sore ears, over? Nice to hear from you too, Owen. How's everything going over on your end, over? Well, considerably better than things have been. Has Larson? Do you think what James and the boss said is true, over? What about 013? I mean, I want to. So I guess everyone wants to believe. But do you actually believe it? Well, I mean, if Donovan thinks he has a lead, man, Donovan, he's smart. Okay, I'll give him that, over. Look, I don't agree with everything Koss says. He does. He's had good ideas and bad ones, sure. I guess he's got some obscure views on what should be done about the team, but it's not like he's the first one. Personally, I'm right in the middle. I mean, I'm not here out of choice, and we're messing with human life here. Maybe Quality's right. It's just a bit. Sloan's... It's not his opinion. 013. It's just he's always sort of rubbed me wrong. Look, given the chance, I'd probably quit this shitty job and do something else. I don't really care what happens to 013. But Donovan? Oh, come on. Does he need to be here? Does he? He can get by totally unemployed. He's got money. So why is he sticking around? Oh, stop. I'm sorry, Caleb. Making some dangerous accusations here. I can't help but get a feeling about something to do with 002. Yeah, Sloan, I'm telling you. Donovan rigged this. He's your 02 experiment. We call him... Get it together, sir. Our claws kiss perfectly fine, man. I don't know why you have it out for him. I can't tell you that because we're friends, right? Besides, I didn't call to talk about Donovan. I called to ask if we're going to investigate the radio disturbance on the street over. Well, yeah, but I don't see the point. 003 is causing disturbances all over the place. None of them particularly close to where she is, over. Yep. And maybe somebody's been listening to us. I mean, usually 013 causes larger disturbances in that, over. Now. And that's the last thing we need, over. I get it. Overnight. Wow. Oh, for now. Now, I'm a bit concerned because they mentioned a radio disturbance on my street, which could very well have been caused by either me or a neighbor listening to them. Also, if there's one thing I learned from that conversation, it's that 013 isn't the only one in existence, seeing as they mentioned 002. Calling 013 an anomaly, like in the previous update, or the one before that, whichever it was, makes me think that she has something the others are missing. I've noticed that the weather has calmed down some. I haven't heard anything but light rain coming from up above, and judging from that, as well as the conversation between Sloan and McKay, I think this all might be called off soon. I think 013 is going to be found today. I really do. I'm really tired even though it's early, because I barely slept last night, so I'm going to take a nap on that. I'll wait to post this when I get out, okay? So I just woke up about 2 hours, maybe 3 hours later, and the alert on my phone is now all weird. It has random capitalizations every now and then, like some kind of cliche ransom letter. I'm just assuming it's a glitch or something, but it's still a bit weird. It's a little later now, and I'm officially out of food, except for 3 granola bars and a single sleeve of saltines. Oh, and 1 water bottle. This basement smells like dog waste and bowls, and I want out, guys. See, the alert changed again. Now it's totally empty, except for the headline, emergency alert, and the URL. I have a really bad feeling about it. It's probably a virus, but practically squatting in a basement with just dogs to talk to, a phone that can only fully charge once more given the status of my power banks, and storing waste in Ziploc bags, I decided to just say fuck it, and click. It took me to a weird site. Just a black screen, totally black, with a Safari or Google bar thing and some small white text. To me, it looks like a transcript. Here's what it says. The 013 experiment notes. The subject is very uncooperative. The subject refuses to eat. The subject seems to display unique traits, possible anomalies. Below that are 2 audio files. Day 1. Good evening, young lady. My name is Professor Franklin. Burn in hell. No, let's not get off to a bad start. Let us try again. My name is Professor Franklin, and yours? You, dear? Dear? They did tell me you weren't very cooperative. It's a shame, but I suppose I hadn't brought you in here to subtweet. I hear that you're a very special young woman, and not in the way that every child is special. No, you can do things with your mind, can't you? My mind can do things with me. I can't control it. Keep me here any longer, and my mind will just slip over your throat chakra. Stop. My name is Professor Franklin, and yours? Sophia Bennett. Perfect. Now, I would love to stay and chat, but I will allow you to get acquainted with your new quarters. Applause. Day 2. Hello, child. Sophia, was it? Yes. So it was. Were you by any chance related to Miss Clara Bennett? No. No relation, none. Any notable relations? No. I already told you no, you bastard. I advise you not to take that kind of tone with me. Why are you keeping me here? I have my reasons. Children like you aren't easy to come by. Now, you've been known to cause thunderstorms upon getting angry, correct? Yes. If kept in the right type of structure, it may be contained, but I digress. Anyway, tell me, Mrs. Bennett, are you familiar with me? Do you know who I am? Yes. You're the head of local police. That's what the people have been told. No, you see, we aren't police. This town has no true police. Now, the people who run this town and enforce the law work for me, and there are no police. We're the PEW Foundation. That stands for Psychically Engineered Weapon. Have you figured out why you're here? Why can't you just let me go? Am I gonna die here? Relax. The 12th subject before you faded it very well. I don't see why you should be any different. Everything after that was corrupted. I think maybe they found out it was leaked and tried to erase it, but how and why did it leak in the first place, right? I can't help but think it was 013 in some bizarre attempt to expose the PEW Foundation. Anyway, I'm gonna go now. I'll keep you guys posted until the next update, okay? Hello, everybody. Welcome back to my special hell. It's been raining a lot lately. Rain. Thunder. The wind is really howling. Something terrible. But as of yet, I'm alright. I haven't heard anything from the cops, who, according to some users, are only fake cops. They no longer use radio channels to communicate. Maybe something else. An independent organization like storm chasers, but chasing escaped mental patients instead of storms. Anyway, me and the dogs are doing fine at this point. Nothing really transpired since the last update. I know I really should stop going upstairs, but today I have to. I'll be real sneaky, okay? But I need to. I only have enough food for today. I guess I can stretch it to tomorrow if I really ration it, but honestly, I'd prefer to get it over with now. Alright, the lights just flickered. I mean, I'm sure they've been doing that a lot lately, but that time it lasted a while. Anyway, I checked the alert on my phone again, but the thing about it was different. I recently ran upstairs to get some towels and plastic bags to deal with the dog's defecation. I didn't see the girl. I'm assuming she is 013, who I'm just going to refer to as 013 for now. My neighbor's door was closed again, but that's the only thing that's changed. As I'm writing this, I can hear a siren. Not one I've heard before. Closer to a police siren than anything else, but still a bit different. I considered going up to check it out, but you guys would kill me, right? I really hope this all ends soon. I only like bread and ramen. Have no way of cooking safely. Potato chips, saltines, water, and some celery dressing LPS. So if this goes on for more than 2 or 3 more days, I'll have to eat Rocky or Luna now. I'm just kidding. I'd sooner eat my own calf. By the way, I did Google my area. There was nothing in the news about it whatsoever, which is weird, seeing as our town wasn't entirely off the map. I called a few of my neighbors last night, none of them picked up. 2 went straight to voicemail. I chatted with my brother. Things are no better by him. I can't put this off any longer. I'm going upstairs to get some food. I'll take my phone with me. Alright. Just put some food in some bags. I crawled past the window. Of course, when I came up here, the rain started coming down even harder. I can hear some of the neighbors' doors opening and closing. Shutters shook in the distance. One showed us a window in my living room that is open. I guess 013 could see in if she wanted to, but no way in hell am I fixing that right now. Back downstairs. I'm going to try to contact the cops again. So far, I'm getting no signal. Okay, no luck. Oh wait, hold on, I'm getting something, but it's really faint. Going to check street by street. Okay. That's all the legible phrases I could get before I lost the signal, but now I know someone's coming down the street. Also, you guys have told me that cops don't actually say over at the end of each sentence much. They have 2 theories. One being that they just don't know that. The other being that they're trying to make themselves seem like cops, so that if someone unauthorized finds the channel, then they'll think they're listening to the cops. I don't know if these people are trustworthy, or if I should be concerned about someone coming down my street. But so far they haven't entered any houses, so even if they are paranoid Nazi spy demons, I should be good. I don't honestly think 013 has any malicious motives. She doesn't seem to be the kind of test subject that lives in the 5-star room, so she may very well be fleeing for her own safety. But you know, she is undeniably, irrefutably dangerous. Another thing, a lot of people seem to be picturing this girl as some Stranger Things character. However, when I said she was a teenager, I didn't mean Tina She. I meant anywhere from 16 to 20-ish, and with short hair. I didn't think she had a buzzed head, just short hair and a choppy. Shorter fringe, not like an emo fringe, just evenly cut. The radio just turned on. Open the door, it said. I guess, I don't know. This is getting weird as hell. It just turned on. I don't know if that was the cops or 13 or someone else's, but scared. Are they talking to me specifically? The dogs were staring at an angle. Just said it again. It sounds so calm. The hell? My dogs are barking. Okay, guys. This is like 5 minutes later now. I just let my dogs out to stop barking, but they're still growling. It was definitely loud enough for people to hear. Maybe even through the rain and everything. I'm a bit more calm and collected now. I'm holding a big-ass kitchen knife just in case this crazy-ass psychic girl is gonna come here and I'm gonna fucking die, guys. Okay, it's 2 hours later now. She hasn't come in, so I think I'm okay. I almost broke the radio to stop her from using it, and I needed to stay posted on what the cops are doing, but now the power's out. We can only use my lantern and flashlights to light up the room now. I have to use my phone with data. I'm going back upstairs. Not a fucking chance. My phone probably won't last very long. I'm just using power banks, guys. This might be it. They might actually fuck me this time. If I die tonight, my friends know my usernames. Some of them. And these guys, promise me. If you're one of the people who knows who I am, please tell my family that I love them, that I tried. I'll try to update you guys soon. Until then, assume I'm alive. I might be wishful thinking, but I don't know how this is gonna end. Until I can make a full update, I'll make small ones here. Wish me luck, guys. I'll need it. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry about the wait. I know a lot of you have been waiting to hear more about my current situation. I have, however, been reading and responding to some of your comments. I have some new insight as to what may be going on. I still have access to the police radio channel, but I haven't had a good signal since the first attempt, and I haven't tried looking at it very much. About an hour ago, however, I did get into it, and this is what I heard. Officer Ellis, you there? Over. I am. Who's this? Over. Miss Officer Sloan, sir. Do you have any intel from HQ? Over. Afraid not. I just got done talking to a claim. And that SOB Donovan, any word over on your end? Over. Now, since the last broadcast about 45 minutes ago, the last thing I heard was about the footage of the wreck. Yeah, I suspect this much. How is he holding up, Slug? Over. All right, all things considered. And you, Ellis? Over. Well enough. No, I'll tell you though, if 013 doesn't turn up fast, I might just end up like poor old Officer Hayes. If my brain gets scattered on the ceiling, the rest went silent. Ellis and Sloan went quiet for a good 10 seconds at least. Well, I guess I better get in touch with Donovan. I put him in charge of examining the wreck footage. Wish me luck. Yes, sir. Over. Sloan disconnected and Ellis waited a minute to call Donovan. Donovan? Mrs. Ellis, over. Ellis? Hey, starting on that wreck footage. I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary yet, but time will tell. Over. Right. Look, yeah, I need you to focus. There's more to the weirdest parts of the whole deal. Think about it. The cop crashes into a telephone pole on a deserted road in broad daylight. With all due respect, it might have been an honest mistake. I mean, come on, it's pretty dark out. The disturbances we were trying to prevent 013 from releasing. Over. Look, we all know 013 is an anomaly. That's nothing new. But I'm telling you, either he found her and she got the upper hand, or let's just say I'm not ruling out suicide. Over. Whatever. Hey, let me get back to the signal cut out. Also worth noting, the emergency broadcast I received has now been updated to say that emergency services have been suspended indefinitely, and leaving one's house is punishable by law. Also, I took a look at the format of the broadcast and the interface of it. It isn't one that I've recognized before. In my confused state, I had been unable to tell. It's weird, but what hasn't been lately? I've been doing alright as of late, but I'm still paranoid about every sound I hear. As I started recording this, the wind picked up, and I could hear rain hitting the roof. It's getting harder by the minute. It looks like the weather warning wasn't entirely wrong. I took my dogs up to the shower and attended to their business. And as one of you suggested, I haven't gone upstairs yet, but I have nothing else to report. And I don't want to give you a half-assed update, so I'm going to take a gander out the window and document what I see as I see it. I'm heading upstairs right now. I think I'll take a box of Samoas down with me when I go back down. I'll take a box of Moe's and Thin Mints. Desperate times call for desperate measures. As maybe you can tell, humor is how I deal with stress. Yeah, I'm healthy, I know. But whatever. It is what it is. Alright, I'm going up to the window. I don't see anything, but the neighbor's window is still very broken. The street is very dark, and all the lights are very off. Now it's raining. No. The streets are overflowing with water almost, and the first flash of lightning. Thunderstorms right over us. Right over our little town. The girl doesn't seem to be outside anymore. I'll be keeping my eyes open. It's weird. After the lightning strike, skies are lighting up every few seconds. Like I said, nobody around here, including me, is very informed on severe weather, seeing as it never comes our way, but I'm pretty sure that's not common. Okay, What? What the... Okay, the neighbor's door just opened. The one with the broken window. Nobody's there though. Listen, must have been the wind. I hope he noticed. Come to think of it, maybe I should give him a call and see how he's doing. We used to talk sometimes, and after all, it would be nice to hear from someone going through the same. Wait. Oh, I can see him. He's lying on the floor. Oh, the girl just came out of the door. I'm ducking down under the window. I don't think she saw me. Huh. I'm gonna peek out the window, just to check. Okay. Now she's walking down the street. She just passed my house. I don't know why she'd willingly go outside in weather like this, in an area like this, but whatever. I called my brother in there. He hasn't gone upstairs in a while. Good thing, too. I said there was a crash from one of the neighbors' houses a little while earlier, but nothing too loud, nothing loud enough to cause serious concern. Weird. Wasn't recording this. My dog looks worried. Without them, I'd probably have lost my mind by now. About you guys. Still, it's nice having people to talk to in a time like this. Maybe I have to let them do their business again. It's risky though, seeing as my bathroom is upstairs. I'm gonna take them upstairs, but I'll make sure to bring my phone with me. Okay, here in the bathroom, nothing out of the ordinary. Okay, they're done. Yeah, we're going back downstairs. I'm gonna duck past the window though. Come to think of it, I should really invest in some blinds for that window. No idea how that happened to the basement, but as I passed the window, I saw her passing at 2 on the other side. Don't think she saw me, but holy, why is she out there just wandering around like that? By now, it's crossed my mind a couple times that she is 013, and from this close, that pillowcase looks more like a hospital gown. Shh, guys, I phoned the cops, but I don't even know the number. I need to go. I'll update you soon. Until then, assume I'm alive. Update. Okay, yes. So by now, I figured out that 911 takes you to the police, but I also remembered the bit about the emergency services being suspended, so there's that. Hey guys, I know I haven't updated in a while, but a number of things have happened now. Seeing as this all happened before I was able to update, and the events were too big to fit into just a small update, I decided to just compile them all into here. I doubt there will be any more updates after this, because I definitely feel like this is all going to be over soon, but until this all ends, I'll keep you guys posted. I should let you know that this post won't be as outwardly scary as the 2 other ones, seeing as some light has been brought to the situation in recent days, but it should be quite interesting for those who have made it this far. What do you say? I have a few more answers now. There hadn't been a sound from outside for more than a couple hours when I decided to go upstairs again. My power's still out, and my phone battery isn't getting any fuller, but I don't think I'll be in my basement much longer. I hadn't considered letting the dogs outside, but I'm not rushing into anything. I went upstairs and looked out the window. The girl I'd been seeing was crouched on my front steps, wet from the dying rain and extremely thin from malnourishment, and I still felt a shudder travel up my spine upon seeing her, but I thought she had lost some of her ability to fill me with fear now. Now I know, if she was assuming that I could trust the transcript from the alert message. I knocked 3 times on my front door. Through the glass part of the door, I could see her stand up and turn around. She looked at me silently, pleading, and I did what you've been warning me against doing this whole time. I let her in. She walked in without saying a word, walked past me, and looked around, hungry and fast. And I noticed my voice was dry from barely speaking for several days. She turned to me and nodded, knowing full well I didn't have much. She opened a cabinet and took out a bag of marshmallows. She tore it open and began eating it faster than I could imagine. Funny, I didn't even like marshmallows. That's why I never took them downstairs. I filled a cup with water from the tap, an ability I previously forgot I possessed, and put it in front of her. She downed it in one gulp. Did you change my alert message? I asked. She nodded. Have you been hearing what I have on the radio? She nodded again. They aren't cops. I noticed that her voice was raspy. She probably rarely spoke, I figured. Are you trying to run from them? Yeah. Okay, I said. You can stay here for now. You have a house? No family? She shook her head. I walked over to the door and closed it. Did you kill my neighbor? Yes. He tried to hurt me. I didn't want to. I told him to stop, but he had a shotgun, so I went to him for help. Okay. How long have they been keeping you locked up? She shrugged. It was 2014 when they got me. 2 years? Okay. I can help you, but I don't know if these people work for the government or not. But if they don't, I can have them arrested and put away for good. If they do, I don't know. Out of food, I said. I'm gonna go get some more. For my neighbor. He won't need it anymore where he's going. Okay. Help yourself. To whatever. I ignored every warning I had been given and went across the street. I pushed open my neighbor's door and went inside, stepping over his body. His neck was turned at an awkward angle, a shotgun lying next to him. I picked it up, cleared the chamber, and put the shells in my pocket. I decided to keep it in case the PEW Foundation came knocking. I stuffed the big pouch in the front of my hoodie full of food and left, placing a washcloth over his eyes. When I got back, Sophia Bennett was passed out on the couch. I put a blanket over her, put some old clothes next to her. Then I locked the door and went back downstairs with my dogs. I turned on the radio and waited to get a signal from them. It only took about 5 minutes. Donovan, yes, over. Listen, McKay, Sloan, and I are headed to Street 1 to check the status of the radio disturbance examinations over. Well, they're coming from, I want to say house number over. Interesting. We'll be sure to pay a visit. Looks like this may be finally over. I don't know. What if 13 escapes and gives the others ideas? The entire project can be compromised. They know nothing about it. These clones are idiots, Donovan. Except 13. She's an exception, but that's probably because she's from a different person. At least from what I gather. I never saw 14 through 26 over. They're not idiots. Some are just uneducated. Yeah, you say that. What about 2? Strange things went on, huh? That one, though. And it's the dumbest of all. Say what you want. I happen to think the clones should be treated fairly. And 2, that was unfortunate, to say the least. I'll say. Didn't you die just out of the blue, right, Caleb? What are you getting over? Nothing over. Hey, what happened that day? If I remember correctly, you got knocked out for a little while. I wasn't working with 2. He came up behind me and hit me, and then everything went black over. Okay. Kowalski, why are you here, man? You don't need this job over. I made a promise to Franklin. I can't break it over. What kind of promise? You didn't have to be here at first. Irrelevant. End of calling over. Now, after that, the gentleman went silent. I went back upstairs to find 13 awake. Did you ever meet McKay, Sloan, Donovan, Ellis? Any of those? I asked. All but Ellis. Do you know why they hate Donovan so much? Best guess? Because of the 002 experiment, she said. And did he mess it up? I asked. She furrowed her brow. No, she said. Well, they think so, but I know what really happened because I stole the master file. Do the other people on the radio know about it? Just Donovan, because, in a way, he's just like me. So, well, take a look at the file. It has the names of all the people used for the cloning process. She took a black binder out of her shirt and handed it to me. I opened it up. On the front page, there were 4 columns. In the first column, 01 through 6. Second, 7 through 12. 13. She was the only one not cloned from another person. Fourth, 14 through 26. At the top of every column was a name. Michael Donovan, Sean, Sophia Bennett, Henry Franklin. Out of respect, Mrs. The boy drowned and was declared dead later on. Donovan was the person used to make 001 through 006. Elizabeth said it was during the 002 experiment. He was attacked from behind. 002 killed him and assumed his job, his life, everything. The dead one was him. 002. And not the original, I said. So, but nobody believed me. And I didn't care. Why would I? Donovan's almost as dangerous as me. But I think he's like-minded. Are you okay? I copied her. My name is Merrick. As of now, we're waiting on the edge for McKay and Sloan to arrive, me holding a shotgun in hand. Sophia holding her powers in her mind. Until next time, wish me luck. Update. Upon further studying the book, I found that it names everyone in the town as pending cloning subjects. Apparently, in this town, they must take samples of your blood at birth or something. We're all ready to be cloned, but only a few already have. Listen, I've been talking, and she knows it. I know it. This can't work forever. The people of PEW will never stop looking for her until she's found. Sure, I could take care of McKay, Sloan, Ellis, Walski if necessary, but I'm certain they have more manpower, and who knows, the other experiments might not be as kind as Seraphine. We just gave the radio a try. It's nothing much, but we now have a time frame for the arrival of the officers. Walski? Solonian? Sloan? Hey, Camille? McKay left yet? Over. Yeah. Be there in about 2 hours. Now, I just left as well. I'll be there in 1.5 hours. Well, tell us what you have and have not searched for when we get there. We need to shut this down today. And Ellis, has he left yet? Over. Not yet. He probably will be there for another 3 or so. Anyway, take care. Now the dogs are safely locked away in my basement for now, but I'm trying to convince my brother to take them to his house until things blow over. I've told him about Seraphine being a normal person. He didn't believe me at first, but I think he's coming around. Right now, she's wearing that gray hoodie of mine, a pair of her jeans, dark red Converse, and a white Marvel t-shirt with a black Venom insignia. I don't think they'll be able to identify her without giving her a second glance. A lot of you have been asking about the gun I found across the street, and the closest look-alike I found on Google Images was a Remington 870. I checked around my neighbor's house for more shells like some of you suggested, and I found about 4 more plus 2 more full power banks. I didn't do a very thorough check because we're on a bit of a deadline right now. Okay, my brother just got back to me. He'll take the dogs. He's still confused, but he'll totally back me up if I need him when officers, friendly, smiley, and joyful, show up. I'm not worried about running out of shells if need be. Seraphine can probably make their heads explode or something, but I'd rather she didn't have to, because that would be difficult to explain to the authorities, especially when the authorities know about 13 and the other ones. I'm getting ready to fight. I really can't see more than one update after this. I think today it will all be over. I hope Seraphine makes it out okay, but it'll be a hell of a lot of work to keep them from her if she's to be free. Either everyone but me must die, or she'll have to go on the run for real, in Mexico or maybe Canada. Canada's closer, although maybe if Franklin dies, the others will leave her alone. I don't know. It's been 45 minutes since we listened to the radio. Kowalski should be here. And 45 more minutes. He had a bright idea. What if we left a note for him? We found some sidewalk chalk in the basement. We took a look out on the street and wrote 002 in large letters. When the others show up, we can wash it off at the house or with some rain, courtesy of Seraphine. I think it's a good idea, but if Quality wants to fight just as little as we do. Okay, 15 more minutes have passed. I'm getting really anxious. I think we should do one more sweep for supplies. Okay, so we went back across the street and picked up a machete and a small revolver. I put the revolver in my pocket for now. I might give it to Seraphine, even though I doubt she'll need it, and put the machete on my back. I don't know why all the other neighbors are being so quiet. Should I give them a warning? Mass lives? If she killed them too? Just that man. My brother showed up and got the dogs. Holy Merrick, what? I asked him. You aren't enlisting in the military. You don't need an arsenal. You want one? No, I'm serious. They said you might need it. These people? I can check all the houses on the block, probably. I'm good, he said. So you're the one who kept walking around outside? Yes. What's going on? Are we involved in some messed up government experiment or some... Well, frankly, yes. What's going on, and are we involved in some messed up government experiment or some... You got my car back, of course, but I better not go to jail for this, buddy. Ryan, calm your ass. I motioned for him to calm down. Just take the dogs to your place. Maybe come back here and be ready for a fight. Okay. Hurry up, I said as he ran into the basement to get the dogs. A few minutes later, he was pulling out of the driveway. He's an ass, but you'll get used to it. 15 minutes before going, he came back. I handed him the machete when he refused the revolver. I offered the revolver to Seraphine, but she said she wouldn't need it. I agreed. I had my kitchen knife too, and it's in my other pocket. We all had one of those, actually. Also, I forgot to mention that the revolver had a full cylinder. Okay, in 5 minutes, Kowalski should be passing by. I'm really nervous now, but should be okay. I don't think he'll be a problem. Okay, Donovan showed up. I'm looking through the window at him. He's looking at the chalk message. It looks like he's getting worried, nervous, confused. Whatever. I just saw myself. Okay, I'm back. I went outside with the shotgun in hand, and he took several steps back, his hands up. I questioned him a little, and he admitted to killing the real Donovan. Members came out. We checked them, took his handgun off him, don't try to find out what kind, and took him into the basement to tie him up. He's currently sitting across from me, bound and gagged. My brother Ryan sails as Rita. Callie, he muttered. Probably killing me more. I said. So buckle up. I noticed the insignia on his lapel. PEW. Written in white against the dark gray fabric of his shirt. I decided to go wait behind my dead neighbor's house for McKay and Sloan. My brother Ryan, I don't know if I said his name yet, waited at the house. Okay, they're here. I just got out of the car, but there's 4 of them. McKay is a guy of average height, brown hair, moderately built. Sloan is a slightly short woman with black hair and a ponytail. The other 2 were both tall and average built. One with blonde hair, one with black, both male. One of the big guys just came my way. Sloan and McKay are walking in my house's general area. The other big guy is walking down the street away from me. I'm gonna put my phone down. Okay, I just shot the guy. He came around and saw me. Before he could take out his gun, I shot him with the shotgun. McKay and the other big guy were both in houses, but Sloan was outside, so she saw him fall down, although they probably all heard the shotgun. My ear was ringing. I stood up, got ready to run, shaking from the fact that now the man's blood, metaphorically, was on my hands. She caught up with me as I was running. I shot her in the thigh. She fell over, but then started shooting at me, and the big guy was nowhere to be seen, so I crouched down behind the nearest house. So, I'm crying out in pain. Why? She asked me, looking at me angrily. You can't have 13, I said. I know what you're doing in that place. I'm a police officer. Then, why does your shirt say PEW? And why do you keep saying over on the radio? All cops say over. I'm giving you a chance now, I said. Stay quiet, lay low, and let me take care of it. She was looking behind me. I turned around. His big guy number 2 came around the corner of the house with his gun held out. I took out my knife and stuck it in his shoulder. He fell over, and I got on top, sticking it between his ribs. I don't want to do this, I said. He fell limp, and I looked at Sloan. If you can't call him off, nothing can be done. If it's something that can be stopped, and you can stop it through a radio. I heard a voice. This is Professor Franklin to Officer Sloan. I'll be there shortly with Ellis in due time. I took the shotgun, made her head meet with the barrel, and knocked her unconscious. My head was swimming. You guys, this is the last one. For some of you, this is good news. For me, it is too. A lot has happened since the last update, which I admittedly ended quite abruptly. To make things easier, I'll pick things up from where I left off. Sloane's walkie-talkie continued to crackle after she slumped over on the ground, but no more words came through. I took out my phone and called Ryan. Ryan? Hey, I just killed 2 of the men. That one of them is out cold. Did you have a choice? They jumped me, man. That's not why I called. The Franklin's on the way. Look, just tell Seraphine the house. Donovan is doing okay. Stay put. I'm going to see if I can find the clone. I hung up the phone and put it in my pocket, strafing around the house, my eyes scanning for any sign of McKay. Someone called, from somewhere, to my left. Must be McKay. I remained silent, looking around for the source of his voice. I asked to meet that. We'll be there in 15 minutes. What? I muttered through Sloane's radio. McKay repeated. I sprinted across the backyard and crouched behind a bird fountain. I could hear his voice getting closer. Find me. Make it seem. Nervously inching closer to me. I stood up to move, and his eyes locked onto mine. He drew his pistol and fired. The bullet whizzed right by my shoulder, and I ran, cocking the shotgun and firing in McKay's direction. I missed, and he came running at me. I cocked the gun again and fired. "Stop running, you fuck. Get out of here. I know what you're trying to do here." "Oh yeah? What do you think you can do about it? Kill me? Kill Franklin? Good luck with that one, pal. What did you do to Sloan? She's unconscious, but alive. At least until you put down your gun. You're one to talk? Drop it." I lowered my gun, and he reloaded his. "You're treading on thin ice, prick. If you don't stop, you're gonna have to face Franklin in the flesh. You'll find he is not as understanding as me. Now, where are Malone and Hayes? Donovan? Big guy dead? Donovan? I'm sorry they drew on me. How do I know you're telling the truth?" McKay said, raising his gun again. "I know where 13 is, but I won't tell you because I know what's going on in that place. I've read the transcript of the first couple of days they were there. The team did, you get that? Got put on an emergency alert message, if I have to guess. She put it there to discredit you guys. Whatever you read, you have to believe me. So, your 13 is dangerous, okay? Well, it's not like you aren't. Look, kid, put your gun down. I won't hurt you. What do you need? I need to let you know where 013 is. I'm not dropping my gun. She's in there." I pointed to my dead neighbor's house. "For real? You're not playing me?" "No, I'm being honest." "Okay." He turned around to enter the house. "Okay, I'm trusting you here." I nodded. "Be careful, man. I know what I'm doing." While his back was turned, I quietly started backing away. "You know what? I'm not gonna turn my back on a guy with a gun in his hands, so why don't you put that fucking thing down, huh?" "Okay," I said, dropping the shotgun. "Thank you." "What?" Caleb said in exasperation. "Now you stay put so I don't have to do something rash." "Yeah," I said, continuing to back up. "You hear that?" "Yes." Turning around. What? A car? I listened for the noise in question, and I found it. Tires on gravel. I turned around and saw a car pulling into the driveway 3 houses down from my house. "That's probably Franklin. I advise you to act on your best behavior, kid, else you're gonna have a bad time," Caleb said. A man from the passenger seat came out as the car door opened. "Who's the kid? Civilian? Killed the others except Sloan? Oh, for Christ. McKay, you're not cuffing him. What's going on here?" Franklin asked, exiting the car. "Now study Ellis in what field?" Franklin was tall with long gray hair and a slightly wrinkled face. Ellis was tall as well, but with short cropped hair and a strong jaw. "He's saying this kid killed the others, boss," I said. "He says 013's hiding over there." He pointed to the house that I tipped him off on. Franklin closed his eyes, focusing on something. "No," he said. "What?" Ellis asked. "You lying?" "No, but I swear." "Yes, you are," Franklin said, opening his eyes and pointing to my house. "I can sense her in the distance, and she's in there." "Well, I thought she was in the other one." A voice came from off in the distance. "Sloan!" I thought Ellis ran off towards Sloan's cries, and Franklin and McKay turned to face me. "So this kid says he knows about PEW, does he? What did the last one say?" "Well, something will have to be done, won't it? Give me his gun." Sir, are you certain?" "Yes." "McKay, give me his gun. We don't have all day. The sweepers will be here soon to wipe out the town. The copies will be placed shortly thereafter, and then... Give me the gun, sir. I may be of some assistance. You know what the cloning... He knows too much to live," Franklin said. My heart pounded in my chest. "Pick it up and give it to me." McKay swallowed hard and bent over to pick up the gun. He grasped it in his hand and stood up straight again. "Fine then." With a crash, my living room window exploded across the street, bursting into 2 million tiny fragments and sending long, jagged blades of glass solely to slice Caleb's neck, bringing him to his knees, and then his stomach. His neck broke from the cut. Another lodged itself firmly in Phil's back. Well, with footsteps, his McKay writhed on the ground. That's unfortunate. I bent down, pried my gun from the clone's hands, trying to ignore the gurgling, and aimed it at Franklin. I pulled the trigger. The birdshot erupted into his body. Sufferable child, he cried, turning to face my house. Did she poke the glass out of his back? Escaping the lab was the last thing you ever did, and you... He turned to me. I don't... You give me that gun. The bullet holes in his body were beginning to cover themselves. I fired again. This time his face met lead, skin gone, giving way to bone and muscle. Give me that gun, you fuck. With a flick of his wrist, he beckoned the gun towards him, and it left my hands for his. Now, boy, your literal maker. He cocked the gun and prepared to fire. 13 ran out of my open doorway before the door hit the wall, and reached for the telephone pole. It uprooted itself enough to hit lying Franklin. It cracked onto his head and fell onto the ground in 2 pieces. He moved the barrel of the gun away from me and fired at Seraphine. Seraphine fell to the pavement. Tatters! I shouted. You fuck! What did you think you were going to win? You along with, let me guess, your brother and the runaway freak? Please, we have more power than you could ever dream up. And you all, everything you have, ironically, to us, we are responsible for your creation. Every single one of you all, using the same original entity as a base. Even I owe everything to the immeasurable zero. I reached for my kitchen knife and found it in my pocket. I grasped it in a reverse grip and ran forward. Don't you stand. He pushed me onto the ground with his mind. His story has no happy ending. He took my knife and threw it over his shoulder. Blood is still pouring from the holes in his head. I could kill you, you know, but I want you to see what I mean. You'll see the sweepers come through. You'll see how they erase this town completely. It will be as though it never existed. And then a week or so later, the clones will take over. Nobody will know the difference. I tried to sit up, but he kicked me in the chest and sent me onto my back. Goodbye, Merrick. You will not be missed. Ellis, get Sloan. Let's get out of here. The deed is done. Messed it up. Only when their car was leaving the block, I limped towards my house, stepping over Seraphine's lifeless body and knocking on the basement door. Ryan, the dogs. We have to leave. People are starting to leave their homes. When we left, I advised them to evacuate. Many did. The others, as of me writing this, are mostly dead or imprisoned. We've been on the road since we left. We managed to get into the next state so far. We took the dogs and our necessary items, as well as a few small luxuries and stuff. They're both totally messed up from what happened, and we haven't even mentioned Seraphine's name once since leaving. But there won't be any more updates after this. This is the last one. Thank you all for staying with me through this. I know it fell apart towards the end, but it is what it is. I don't know what comes next for us, but it won't be easy. Video error. It was finally taken off my phone. For a while, that is. While sitting at the Wendy's parking lot and waiting for Ryan to get back, I received another alert. This one was different, to say the least. Emergency alert. I'm informally issuing you an emergency alert. The following county citizens should be wary of all different officials. The town will be swept for survivors with clear memories of recent events, and nobody is safe here. I advise you all to leave at once, as soon as you can. Do not talk to any police officers if their uniforms are marked PEW. They are not police officers. Effective indefinitely. Do not go to Sherman County. It's not safe there. I wish you all good lives and bid you adieu. For as long as you remember this, assume I'm alive.